Chapter 1499. On the Sky Martial continent, everyone looked up at the sky. The light screen in the sky was also filled with boundless light, making it impossible for them to see what was going on. Everyone could only wait nervously. Ah! 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 However, at the center of the energy, an extremely miserable cry could be heard. It was the heavenly serene bird's cry. It was as if it had suffered an extremely terrifying impact, and its entire body became incomparably miserable. Eventually, the cry became weaker and weaker, and it even turned into fear. Damn it! Impossible! I don't believe it. How can you have such a powerful strength? Damn it! Just a little bit more, and I would have been able to communicate with the underworld. Then I would have definitely been able to kill you. After this cry, the heavenly serene bird's voice completely disappeared. In the sky, the resplendent light was also rapidly fading. However, the dark red dragon and the others still did not dare to move forward because there was still an endless amount of energy remaining. The remnant energy was extremely terrifying, and it could easily tear apart Void Fragmentation Realm experts and kill King Realm experts. All they could do was wait. They could only move forward after the remnant energy had completely disappeared. Of course, they were praying in their hearts that Lin Xian was safe and sound. The dark red dragon and the other King Realm experts looked forward and waited anxiously. On the Sky Martial continent, all the cultivators raised their heads and looked at the sky, silently waiting. They wanted to know whether the heavenly serene bird was dead or not. Was Lin Xian in danger? However, the terrifying energy storm in front of them had yet to dissipate, and the black vortex in the sky was becoming bigger and bigger. Finally, it enveloped the entire space. In an instant, the space in front of them became pitch black, and not even light could penetrate it. Damn it, what is that thing? The dark red dragon's face was gloomy. He did not expect such a thing to happen at the most crucial moment. The others were also shocked. Even the Shen family's ancestor sent out his soul power to check it out. However, when his soul power got close to it, it was almost sucked in. The Shen family's ancestor was so frightened that he quickly withdrew his soul power. The other King Realm experts did not dare to try again. Hey, kid, are you alright? Finally, the dark red dragon could not wait any longer and could only shout loudly. This was the most helpless method. However, a reply actually came from the black space. Ruffian dragon, I'm fine. The heavenly serene bird has already been killed by me. The martial sky continent is safe. Lin Xian's voice rang out. Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they were all overjoyed. What did you say? Was the heavenly netherbird dead? Is that true? Everyone was extremely excited. It's true. I've already pierced his heart. It's impossible for him to come back to life. Having received confirmation, the dark red divine dragon and the others were all overjoyed. At this moment, it wasn't just them. Everyone on the Martial Heaven continent learned of this news. Immediately, waves of cheers arose and shook the 9 heavens. They couldn't help it. They were too excited. This kind of feeling of having no descendants left was something they would probably only experience a few times in their lifetime. We're saved. We're finally saved. Great. It was Lin Xian who saved us. At this moment, all the martial artists on the Martial Heaven continent were looking up at the sky, shouting Lin Xian's name with all their might. At this moment, Lin Xian had become the savior of the Martial Heaven continent. He had become the hero in their hearts. The loud and clear voices were like the waves of the sea. Each wave was louder than the previous one, and it directly dispersed the clouds in the sky. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon and the others were also extremely excited. Especially Ancestor Murong, Ancestor Shin, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Great, the danger has been resolved. However, after waiting for a long time, they still didn't see Lin Xian come out. Thus, the dark red divine dragon asked anxiously, "Brat, what are you doing? Hurry up and come out." "Yes, could it be that your injuries are too serious? Can't you walk?" Lin Xian asked with concern. Inside, Lin Xian laughed bitterly, "I'm afraid I can't get out now. There seems to be a strange space here that has enveloped me. But don't worry, I don't feel any threat at the moment. Wait for me to recover my strength, then I'll go out." "Brat, are you sure there's no danger?" The dark red divine dragon was still worried. That thing seemed to be summoned by the heavenly netherbird. Indeed, there was no danger. Lin Xian carefully checked his surroundings. He discovered that although his surroundings were pitch black, he couldn't see anything. However, there was no danger, and it didn't pose any threat to him. Thus, he quickly said, "Ruffian Long, you guys go back first. I'm fine here. The Tianwu continent still needs you guys to take care of the situation. Hurry up and go back." "All right then." Everyone sighed. They could only do this. As long as Lin Xian was fine, they could relax. "Ruffian Long, you should also go back to the War God Palace. Once I'm done here, I'll immediately go back." "All right, be careful." The dark red divine dragon nodded. Afterward, the 6 kings turned into rays of light and left. On the Tianwu continent, the black light that the heavenly netherbird had condensed also slowly disappeared. However, although the black light had disappeared, the people on the Tianwu continent were still in a jubilant mood. They were too excited, too excited. Right now, everyone on the Tianwu continent was talking about this battle. Everyone was talking about Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian hadn't left yet. He was still in that pitch-black space. Previously, he had burned all of his blood and spiritual energy and fused it with the great dragon sword soul to quickly attack the heavenly netherbird. Finally, he had pierced the heavenly netherbird's heart and successfully killed it. However, the pitch-black vortex that the heavenly netherbird had summoned hadn't disappeared. Instead, it had enveloped the entire space. That was why it had become like this. However, although the surrounding atmosphere was gloomy and there was no light, Lin Xian didn't feel any discomfort. Thus, he could only recover his strength first before thinking of a solution. Previously, it had been too dangerous. He had almost died in this battle. This was because burning one's blood was extremely dangerous. Once the blood was burned dry, the cultivator would probably die. Lin Xian had no choice but to do this. Fortunately, he had the longevity art. At the last moment, the longevity art had displayed an extremely powerful recovery ability. This had saved his life. Right now, although he was in danger, his life was no longer in danger. After spending more than 10 days, Lin Xian had recovered about 70 to 80% of his strength. Then, he stood up and prepared to explore this pitch-black space. He still remembered the heavenly netherbird's last words. What did it say about almost opening the underworld and obtaining power? This made him extremely puzzled. Could this pitch-black space be called the underworld? Lin Xian couldn't understand. Now that the heavenly netherbird was dead, he had no one to ask. He could only explore on his own. However, it was too dark and he couldn't see clearly. Furthermore, he tried using his spiritual energy, but it was useless. For safety's sake, he instantly donned the cosmic armor and quickly walked around. Chapter 1500. It's so sharp. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he felt a chill coming from the cosmic armor. Fortunately, he was careful and activated the armor in advance. Otherwise, he might have been injured. This is. Lin Xian looked carefully and finally found what it was. The reason for that was because his palm was already holding on to that item. It was the 9 Darkness demonic sword. It was the weapon used by the heavenly Netherbird, and it was sent flying at the last moment. He didn't expect it to fall here. The 9 Darkness demonic sword left a deep impression on him because it was too terrifying. It was extremely powerful, and it was made of a special material that couldn't be broken. He guessed that it was an Earth rank artifact. Now, he had the 1000 Beast Cauldron. However, the 1000 Beast Cauldron was good at refining pills and controlling monsters. Although it was very powerful in battle, he wasn't used to it. He still preferred to use a sword. The Lone Star Sword was only a half Earth rank artifact. Although it had an Earth rank fragment, it was still too weak for him. Now, the heavenly Netherbird had died and left behind the 9 Darkness demonic sword. This demonic sword was very powerful and suitable for him to use. That was because he had never seen a sword that was more powerful than this one. Although I don't know where the heavenly Netherbird got it, from now on, you're mine. Lin Xian grabbed the 9 Darkness demonic sword and tried to pull it up from the ground. However, in the next moment, there was a change. The 9 Darkness demonic sword quickly trembled and released a terrifying aura. It stabbed towards Lin Xian's hand, wanting to kill him. The black sword chi quickly condensed and enveloped Lin Xian. It was obvious that the 9 Darkness demonic sword was resisting. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless bright sword rays appeared in his hand and quickly bombarded the black sword chi. At the same time, the dragon sword soul in his body surged and quickly suppressed the 9 Darkness demonic sword. Even the heavenly Netherbird was killed. What could a demonic sword do? Lin Xian snorted coldly as his eyes burst with a bright light. At this moment, he used all his strength to suppress the 9 Darkness demonic sword. However, he didn't expect that this suppression would last for an entire day and night. The 9 Hell Demon sword was simply too terrifying. It possessed a heaven-reaching demonic chi and seemed to have an inexplicable connection with this pitch-black space, so its resistance was abnormally fierce. If Lin Xian hadn't grasped the Great Dragon Sword Soul, he probably wouldn't have been able to control it. However, no matter how strong he was, it was useless. One day later, Lin Xian completely suppressed the 9 Nether Devil Sword. After that, the Great Dragon Sword spirit in Lin Xian's body surged out and poured into the 9 Underworld demonic sword, erasing all the marks left behind by the heavenly Netherbird. Whing! 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 The 9 Underworld demon sword trembled again, but it soon calmed down. The Great Dragon Sword spirit roared and returned to Lin Xian's body, while Lin Xian once again grasped the 9 Nether Devil sword. This time, the 9 Underworld demon sword did not resist. In fact, it even trembled in excitement. Lin Xian also felt that he had become one with the black demonic sword in front of him. It was even to the extent that he felt that the 9 Underworld demon sword had already become a part of his body. With a light wave, the 9 Underworld demon sword easily sliced open a black tear in space. What a terrifying demonic sword! Lin Xian was surprised. He noticed that the grade of this demonic sword was absolutely not low. It was at least an Earth-rank treasured artifact. Otherwise, it was impossible for it to be so powerful. Finally, I have a weapon that suits me. Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. He stabbed the 9 Underworld demon sword into the ground once more, and then he sat down cross-legged. After entering the King Realm, the Lone Star Sword could no longer satisfy him, and the 9 Underworld demon sword just happened to make up for it. It was even to the extent that when he grasped the 9 Underworld demon sword, he felt a mysterious energy pour into his body from the entire black space. In the beginning, he was shocked, but when he sensed it carefully, he noticed that it was pure spirit energy that was extremely helpful to his cultivation. He was overjoyed once more. Although he didn't know what this black space was, Lin Xian knew that it was definitely related to the 9 underworld demon sword. Now that he had subdued the 9 underworld demon sword, he could probably absorb the energy within this black space. He wouldn't waste such a huge amount of energy. If he could absorb it, his cultivation would definitely increase once more. At the same time, he also thought of using this energy as the energy source for the Black Earth. However, he noticed that he couldn't take this space away. It only existed here. If he didn't absorb it, it was very likely that it would disappear. Moreover, Lin Xian had also found the energy source for the Black Earth. It was the corpse of the Heaven Nether Bird. The Heaven Nether Bird was a late 2-star king. Although it was dead, its corpse still contained a huge amount of energy. It was extremely suitable to be used as the energy source for the Black Earth. Since he had thought it through, Lin Xian didn't hesitate any longer and quickly absorbed it. Once he absorbed it, he noticed that the energy contained within this black space was simply too huge. It was incomparably terrifying, and he couldn't absorb it all in a short period of time. However, he wasn't worried. At least for now, there was no danger in the Sky Martial continent, so he wholeheartedly cultivated. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months passed. Lin Xian still didn't come out. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, Shenjingqiu, and the 9th elder were extremely anxious. They were worried that something had happened to Lin Xian, so they quickly flew over to check on him. However, when they heard Lin Xian's voice transmission, they were relieved. They knew that Lin Xian was cultivating, and that he was at a crucial moment, so they couldn't disturb him. As long as Lin Xian wasn't in danger, they were relieved. This time, he spent an entire year cultivating. After an entire year, Lin Xian had completely absorbed the black space's energy. When he finished absorbing the last bit of energy, the entire black space instantly disappeared, and the surroundings returned to normal. In the distance, the Heaven Nether Bird's corpse had smashed a terrifying crater in the ground. Furthermore, the corpse was covered in blue ice, completely sealed in ice. Lin Xian had used the Sea God's ice seal. He was worried that the energy would be lost, so he had sealed it in ice a year ago. At the side, Lin Xian was sitting cross-legged. In front of him was a black demonic sword that flickered with a dazzling light. The demonic sword was covered with strange runes, and when the wind blew, those runes emitted a mysterious energy. Although the entire black space had disappeared, Lin Xian didn't open his eyes. Instead, he was cultivating rapidly, because he had reached the most crucial point. Breaking through to the King Realm. That's right, the black space's energy contained too much energy, causing Lin Xian to directly rise from the Mid-9th Heaven Venerate Realm and finally reach the most crucial step, breaking through to the King Realm. This step was a life and death moment for any cultivator, and it was extremely difficult. It had to be handled carefully. Chapter 1501. He had already condensed his king's domain. Now, only his body's life force had reached the King Realm. It could be said that it was much easier than ordinary martial artists. Not only did this process increase one's vitality, but it also required one's martial soul to transform into a king's domain. Although Lin Xian had the dragon sword domain transformed from the great dragon sword soul, he still had other martial souls. What he needed to do now was to infuse the energy of his other martial souls into the dragon sword domain. Buzz! A purple and white figure appeared behind Lin Xian. It was his lightning martial soul. At this moment, the lightning martial soul turned into 2 streams of pure energy and entered the dragon sword domain. Instantly, the entire dragon sword domain trembled and countless lightning flashed. It could be clearly felt that the dragon sword domain strength had increased by another level. Then, countless pitch-black flames entered the dragon sword domain. This was Lin Xian's black flame martial soul. After this, there was also the ice dance martial soul. The three martial souls turned into pure energy and increased the power of the dragon sword domain. Soon, the dragon sword domain released a bright light and the outline became more solid than before. Just from this domain, it could be seen that Lin Xian had already surpassed a 1-star king. Even an ordinary 2-star king could not compare to him in terms of king's domain. At the same time, a terrifying pressure erupted from his body. This was the aura of a king. It meant that Lin Xian had completely entered the king realm. Not only did he have the powerful dragon sword domain, his body had also evolved and broken through to become a king's physique. Although he was only in his 20s, he had lived for more than 2,000 years. It could be said that he was at the peak of the Tianwu continent. Other than that, more importantly, his battle strength had undergone a tremendous change. In the past, he needed to combine with the other 5 kings and ignite his bloodline power to fight against the heavenly Netherbird. But now, he could feel that he could kill the heavenly Netherbird with just his own strength. This was the greatest benefit of becoming a king. Since he had become a king and the black space had disappeared, Lin Xian had no need to stay here. Thus, he waved his hand and kept the heavenly Netherbird's corpse and the 9 underworld demons' sword into the dragon sword domain. Then, his figure flashed and left the place. The martial heaven continent regained its calm. It had been a year since the last time the heavenly Netherbird attacked the continent. Although they were not as excited as they were back then, there were still warriors who talked about the battle from time to time. Among them, Lin Xian's name was the hottest topic among these cultivators. That was because Lin Xian had killed the heaven Netherbird. He was the savior of the martial heaven continent. Now, all the martial artists on the continent had joined hands to create a huge statue of him, erecting it at the center of the continent. This statue was very large and exquisitely carved. One look and one could tell that it was the work of a master. The lines depicted Lin Xian's demeanor. In the statue, he stepped on a divine dragon and held a killing sword in his hand. He looked valiant and looked down on the world. Even these people and Lin Xian had never thought that 1,000 years later, there would still be such a legend in the Sky Martial continent. On the other side, Lin Xian used his ultimate movement technique and quickly rushed back to the Palace of Ares. A few days later, he finally returned. Whoosh! He turned into a streak of sword light and drifted downwards. Who is it? Below, the martial artists of the Palace of Ares heard the commotion and immediately shouted coldly. That was because in this year, the Palace of Ares had become the sacred ground of the martial heaven continent. No one dared to provoke it. But now, someone had actually landed without saying anything. It's me. Lin Xian's figure flashed and appeared on the ground. Young master, the young master is back. When the martial artists of the Palace of Ares saw that figure, they immediately exclaimed. Soon, the news of Lin Xian's return spread throughout the Palace of Ares. Not long after, the 9th elder, the 10th elder, and countless other elders of the Palace of Ares all arrived. They looked at Lin Xian excitedly. Young master, you're back. The 9th elder's voice trembled. He was too happy. I've made you all worry. Lin Xian smiled and then walked in with a group of elders. He knew that these elders would definitely have many questions, so he spent half a day answering all of their questions. Then he walked out of the palace and sighed in relief. Damn, you've become a king. The dark red divine dragon also flew over from afar. He immediately felt that Lin Xian's aura was different. I just broke through. Lin Xian smiled. Ruffian dragon, get ready. We're going to return to the Tiannan region. Return to the Tiannan region. The dark red divine dragon was stunned. Then he exclaimed, "You found the source of the energy." "I found it. I think the corpse of the heavenly netherbird is pretty good." "That's great. Then we can leave this place and go to the true spirit world." After that, the dark red divine dragon went to prepare. As for Lin Xian, he went to the Myriad Spirit Valley, where his father was cultivating. Lin Zhan was still in seclusion, but this time, he had left a message. The message said that because he had sent out a clone, his seclusion time would be extended again. The message also said that Lin Xian could move the Lin family members to the Palace of Aries. Furthermore, Lin Xian could also go to the true spirit world in advance. According to the rumors, Lin Zhan would also go to the real true spirit world after he came out of seclusion. After knowing his father's situation, Lin Xian did not hesitate anymore. He quickly got ready with the dark red divine dragon and headed to the Tiannan region. Of course, before leaving, Lin Xian went to the Murong family and the Shen family respectively to see Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu. However, he did not bring the two of them to the Tiannan region this time. This time, it was only him and the dark red divine dragon. Both of them were kings, so they flew extremely fast. This time, the speed of their return to the Tiannan region was twice as fast as the previous time. After a few months, they arrived at the Tiannan region. In the Tiannan region, the Black Dragon sect had already been destroyed. The entire continent had regained its peace. As for the people of the Martial Alliance, after Lin Xian's warning, they did not dare to try to take over the entire continent. Even their people in the Xia country had been evacuated. Lin Xian was very satisfied with this. He did not stop and directly flew in the direction of the Devil's Pit in the Xia country. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two rays of light streaked across the sky and disappeared instantly. Finally, the two of them arrived above the Devil's Pit again. Then, the two of them landed and quickly used their king's domain to break through the thick fog. Soon, they arrived in front of the Black Earth. Lin Xian sent a voice inside. Not long after, the door of the Black Earth opened with a click. "Lin Xian, you're back." He too was still leaning over the broken sword and quickly floated out. "I'm back. How are my people?" Lin Xian asked. "Don't worry, they're all doing well. They're improving very quickly. Many of them have become supremacies." Hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1502. He too asked again, "Since you're back, does that mean you found the energy essence?" "I found it." Lin Xian waved his hand and threw out a black corpse. "This is the heavenly nether bird." He too was shocked. "Where did you get the heavenly nether bird's corpse?" Thus, Lin Xian explained what happened in the Sky Martial continent and asked, "How is it? Can the heavenly nether bird's corpse be used as an energy source?" 2-star late-stage king, it's fine. As long as we can activate the Black Earth, things will be easy in the future. He too was excited. He could finally leave this place. Lin Xian asked again, "Do you know what the underworld is?" "Underworld? Why are you asking this?" He too's voice was serious. "The heavenly nether bird seems to be able to borrow the energy of the underworld. Also, I obtained a demon sword that seems to be related to the underworld." Lin Xian waved his hand and pulled out the 9 Hell Demon sword from the king domain. It's strange that the heavenly nether bird has a connection with the underworld. Could it be that this demon sword also came from the underworld? He too looked carefully but couldn't figure it out. He then said seriously, "Brat, the true spirit world is vast and boundless. However, there are some places that are extremely dangerous. Humans call them forbidden lands. The underworld is one of them. Let me tell you, don't even think about these forbidden lands. Even saints can't survive there." "What? That's terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. He wasn't a newbie anymore. He knew that above kings were saints. They were even more terrifying existences. However, even such powerful experts couldn't return after entering the Forbidden Lands. It seemed that the Forbidden Lands were truly terrifying. He just didn't know where the heavenly nether bird obtained the 9 Hell Demon sword. However, he didn't think too much about it. After all, this demon sword already belonged to him. Lin Xian put away the 9 Hell Demon sword and ran to see Grandpa Lin and the others. He too and the dark red dragon moved the heavenly nether bird's corpse into the black earth and used it as an energy source to activate the black earth. 3 days later, the black earth suddenly trembled. Instantly, Lin Xian, Old Master Lin, and the others all came out. Lin Xian was even more excited. He asked, "How is it? Is it done?" "It's done. The heavenly netherbird's body is well preserved, and the energy inside hasn't been lost. It's perfect as an energy source." He too quickly said, "We can leave any time." "Are you leaving now?" "Let's go." Lin Xian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Then, the black earth glowed and rose from the ground. It turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky. The entire demon abyss was filled with rolling clouds. Massive amounts of clouds were like waves, crashing in all directions. The terrifying aura that had always existed near the demonic abyss also disappeared without a trace along with the departure of the black earth. From today onwards, there would be no more demon abyss in Xia country, only an ordinary deep pit. As for the legends and matters regarding the demon abyss, they would only exist in people's memories and history. The black earth turned into a stream of light and instantly disappeared from the sky. 10 days later, he arrived at the top of the palace of Ares. Quick. It was really too quick. One had to know that previously, Lin Xian and the others took nearly half a year to travel between the Tiannan region and the Tianwu continent on the spirit boat. Even after he became a king, it would still take him 2 to 3 months. But now, the black earth only took 10 days to arrive at the top of the palace of Ares. It had to be said that this was really too shocking. After hearing this, He too laughed disdainfully. "This is nothing. This is just flying at a low speed. The true speed will only be revealed after we leave the Tianwu continent." He had to conserve some energy now. Heavens, this is just flying at a low speed. Lin Xian was shocked. The dark red divine dragon also swallowed his saliva. To be honest, the grade of this flying ship was definitely beyond his imagination. It was definitely not an ordinary Earth-class artifact. After arriving at the top of the Palace of Ares, Lin Xian quickly sent a voice transmission to the people below to prevent any misunderstandings. Below, the warriors of the Palace of Ares received the order and instantly opened a passage for Lin Xian and the others to enter. Right now, the Palace of Ares was impregnable. There were arrays set up by the dark red divine dragon everywhere. If others were to barge in, they would definitely be attacked fiercely. Those below the king level would not be able to escape. Even kings would be flustered. Seeing that the array had opened up a passage, the black earth quickly transformed into a small spirit tribe. With a whoosh, it entered the passage. Soon, it arrived at the surface of the Palace of Ares. Poof! The spirit boat slowly landed, causing a large wave of air that surged in all directions. Near the spirit boat, the ninth elder and the others had already gathered. They had received Lin Xian's notice and were here to welcome him. The spirit boat shone brightly. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were the first to walk out. Then, it was Old Master Lin, second Uncle Lin, and the other Lin family members. "Young Master, you are back." The ninth elder and the others quickly walked forward. After that, Lin Xian began to introduce both parties. Then, he asked the ninth elder and the others to arrange for his family members to rest. Lin Xian had already thought about it. He would let the Lin family settle down here in the future. He and Dean Xian would send the younger disciples to the Immortal Martial Academy to cultivate. As for the older generation, they would cultivate in the Palace of Ares. As for the future of the Lin family, Lin Xian did not need to worry too much. Because according to the rumors, his father had already set up a series of measures to ensure the safety of the Lin family. Lin Xian only needed to leave in peace. After settling down the Lin family, Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. However, Lin Xian did not leave immediately. In the following month, he specially accompanied Old Master Lin and the other family members. This was because Lin Xian knew that he did not know when he would return after leaving this time. Now that he had time, he wanted to spend more time with his family. At the same time, he also arranged for people to search for news of Zhao Shui on the continent. Lin Xian had never forgotten about Zhao Shui. However, after she came out of the remote sky's secret realm, there was no news of her. Now, he sent people to search for her, hoping to find her when he left. However, he did not receive any news of Zhao Shui, but two people did. They were Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu. The two girls knew that Lin Xian was leaving the Sky Martial Continent, so they had been waiting patiently in the family. Now that they knew that Lin Xian was coming back, they immediately rushed over. When Lin Xian found out what the two girls were thinking, his eyes widened in shock. What? You are also going to the true spirit world. But we don't know what's going on there. It might be very dangerous. Are you really going? Seeing Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu's eyes, Lin Xian sighed. How could he not know what they were thinking? Chapter 1503. He Tu flew over and quickly said, "What's the big deal? Let's go together." These two had extraordinary bloodlines. It was a pity for them to stay in such a small place. Don't worry. With their bloodlines, they will be put in an important position even in the quintessential world. Hearing this, Lin Xian was delighted. If that was the case, then it was not impossible to bring Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu away. When the two girls came to the Palace of Gods of War, they had already discussed it with their families and received their approval. Therefore, they did not need to go back. They only needed to stay by Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian, on the other hand, quickly prepared some resources. After all, according to He Tu, the journey was extremely long. After waiting for another month, Lin Xian still did not find Zhao Shui. Suddenly, he sighed. He knew that it was useless to wait any longer. Therefore, he prepared to leave. This time, the dark red dragon, Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Luo Bingshan were leaving with him. Lin Xian was also surprised that Luo Bingshan wanted to follow him. This was because he had already removed the beast slave seal on Luo Bingshan and restored her freedom. Logically speaking, she should have left. However, Luo Bingshan did not leave. Instead, she continued to follow Lin Xian. This time, she even insisted on going to the quintessential world. In the end, Lin Xian nodded and agreed. The group boarded the Black Earth. Lin Xian bid farewell to Old Master Lin, Second Uncle Lin, Ninth Elder, and the others. Goodbye Grandfather, Second Uncle, Ninth Elder, goodbye Palace of Gods of War, goodbye Sky Martial Continent. Lin Xian stood in the sky and looked down silently. Then, he took a deep breath and entered the Black Earth. Lin Xian knew that he did not know when he would return to the quintessential world this time. After Lin Xian entered, the Black Earth closed completely. Then, it released a bright light and disappeared into the sky like a shooting star. In a single day, the Black Earth left the Martial Heaven continent and arrived at the Endless Sea. According to Hei-2, now was the time to truly accelerate. There were countless array formations and mechanisms on the Black Earth. Under Lin Xian's control, he could see the situation outside. Behind them, the Martial Heaven continent became smaller and smaller until it was just a small black dot. All around them was an endless blue sea. In the next moment, the Black Earth suddenly trembled like a huge black hole, and it began to devour the surrounding spiritual energy. Under the full acceleration, the heavenly Netherbird's corpse couldn't withstand it. Fortunately, he had already activated the Black Earth with the heavenly Netherbird's corpse. All he needed to do now was to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Hei-2 was very excited. Then, under his control, the Black Earth released an endless amount of light. It instantly accelerated, turning into a stream of light as it sped across the entire sea. This speed was too fast. Even Lin Xian and the dark red dragon couldn't see what was happening outside. Lin Xian estimated that this speed was definitely not something an ordinary king could display. Fortunately, they had the Black Earth's defense. Otherwise, if they had to endure this speed, their bodies would probably split open. Since they couldn't see the situation outside, Lin Xian and the others didn't continue to look. According to Hei-2, this high-speed flight should take about a year to reach the true spirit continent. This seemed like a long time, but it was already very fast. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to reach it. Below the Venerable Realm, they might not be able to reach it in their lifetime. Even kings wouldn't be able to reach it without dozens or hundreds of years. One could imagine how vast this endless sea was. Fortunately, he had the Black Earth. Otherwise, Lin Xian might not be able to leave the Martial Heaven continent for the rest of his life. Since he had a year, Lin Xian couldn't waste it. Apart from spending time with Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu, he used the rest of his time to cultivate. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were very obedient. They knew that Lin Xian had many female confidants, so they didn't plan to monopolize them. Therefore, the relationship between the two was very good. Murong Qingqing treated Shen Jingqiu as a younger sister. Lin Xian was also relieved about the relationship between the two girls. Fortunately, their relationship was harmonious. Otherwise, he would have a headache. Damn, kid, 2 beautiful characters have been taken by you. Don't you feel good? The dark red dragon laughed strangely at the side. Hee hee. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at him. I remember there's also a girl called Zhao Shui. It seems that when she joins in, it won't be a problem. Ayayaya, 3 peerless beauties. Just thinking about it makes me envious. The dark red dragon shook his head. Lin Xian kicked him and said, Are you itching for a beating? Damn, kid, you dare to plot against me. Come. I'll teach you how to behave. In fact, the dark red dragon was too bored, so he looked for Lin Xian to spar with him every few days. Of course, they were only sparring. The resources on the Black Earth were very abundant, enough for everyone to cultivate. Among them, Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Luo Bingshan's cultivation were all guided by Hei-2's day. According to Hei-2, it wasn't impossible for them to become kings within a year. The most important thing for the dark red dragon was to recover all his strength. After Lin Xian entered the king realm, he had cultivated the Furious Dragon Mantra and Heavenly Amplification Visualization Technique to greater mastery. Now that he was cultivating these techniques, there was no longer any effect. Moreover, according to Hei-2, although these techniques were all Earth-grade techniques, they were all low-grade Earth-grade techniques. Earth-grade techniques were also divided into low-grade, mid-grade, and top-grade. Low-grade techniques were the most common, and their might could be said to be divine techniques for cultivators below the king realm. However, low-grade Earth rank cultivation techniques were truly too ordinary to King Realm martial artists. Generally, those with strength would cultivate mid-grade or high-grade Earth-grade techniques. As for top-grade Earth-grade techniques, they were extremely rare. Only some of the top clans had them. On the Sky Martial continent, the top clans were the king clans, but in the quintessential world, they weren't kings. Although they were powerful, they weren't ranked. The top clans in the quintessential world were the Great Sage lands and the clans of the Ancients. These holy lands and clans were extremely powerful, and many of them had produced emperors. As for the rest, even if they hadn't, they had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, and their foundations were extremely terrifying. It was absolutely not something that Lin Xian could imagine. The quintessential world was divided into 5 continents, and each continent had its own clans of the ancients and peerless holy lands. They were the true rulers of the quintessential world. The Pill sect that Lin Xian was going to this time wasn't a peerless holy land, but a subsidiary sect of a peerless holy land. However, its strength was also extremely terrifying and unimaginable, and it was absolutely not something that the king clans of the Sky Martial continent could compare to. As he listened to the news, Lin Xian was extremely excited in his heart. He knew that that was the true great world, where geniuses came in large numbers and countless experts. Cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and heavenly treasures made people go crazy. Chapter 1504. Great Emperor. Lin Xian took a deep breath as his eyes burst out with resplendent light. As long as one was a martial artist, there was no one who didn't want to become a great emperor. This was also Lin Xian's goal. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Xian began to cultivate. As the 4th-generation Dragon Sword Inheritor's spirit ship, the Black Earth contained many martial arts manuals. These manuals were all Earth-rank martial arts, and the weakest was Earth-rank low rank. Many of them were Earth-rank mid-rank, and there were even Earth-rank high-rank martial arts. According to He Tu, there were Earth-rank top-rank martial arts, but they weren't here and had been destroyed. Sigh. He Tu sighed at this point. The 4th-generation Dragon Sword Inheritor was too young. It could be said that he was assassinated just as he revealed his talent. This also rang an alarm bell for Lin Xian. He knew that once the secret of the great dragon sword soul was exposed, he would be pursued endlessly. Earth-rank martial arts were extremely terrifying, but they were also very difficult to cultivate. Especially Earth-rank mid-rank and high-rank martial arts, they were even more difficult and bitter. Therefore, Lin Xian knew that he shouldn't bite off more than he could chew. When choosing martial arts, he was even more careful. In terms of body, Lin Xian found that the longevity incantation was already sufficient and didn't need to use other martial arts. Therefore, Lin Xian only needed to choose between attack and soul power. Among them, there was an Earth-rank martial art, Myriad Sword Arts. Lin Xian liked it very much. Because he found that this Myriad Sword Arts could be used together with his Dragon Sword domain to display an extremely powerful battle strength. This Myriad Sword Arts was divided into 3 levels, and the 3rd level was Great Success. In addition to attack power, there was also soul power, as well as other secret arts. It could be said that the martial arts here were very complete and were enough for Lin Xian to cultivate. And Lin Xian was like a sponge, rapidly absorbing them. Just like this, he began his King Realm cultivation. The Black Earth was like a shooting star as it flew in the boundless sea. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Kid, we'll reach the real true spirit continent in about a month's time. On this day, news came from Hey Tuesday, are we almost there? Lin Xian opened his eyes from his cultivation. He could not help but feel excited again. However, at this moment, there was a sudden tremor, and the entire Black Earth shook. What happened? Lin Xian asked with a frown. Damn it, someone's attacking us. He Tu quickly said. Soon after, the surrounding walls flickered, revealing the situation outside. After the previous tremors, the black earth had slowed down. Around them, there were 5 huge spirit boats. 4 of them were around them, blocking their way. The 5th person was a burly man standing on the spirit boat right in front of them. What's going on? Lin Xian frowned. Fuck, it's actually pirates. He Tu's voice was heavy. I wonder how strong they are. Pirates? Lin Xian's frown deepened. Naturally, he knew what pirates meant. They were definitely powerful martial artists who robbed the passing spirit boats. However, he did not expect that he would encounter them. The people inside, listen up. Hurry up and come out for inspection. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying your spirit boat. An extremely arrogant voice sounded. At this moment, Murong Qingqing and the other 2 also arrived. What do we do? The 3 looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a gloomy expression. He asked, Hey Tu, is this spirit boat sturdy? Don't worry, this black earth is definitely beyond your imagination. The other party definitely won't be able to destroy it. He Tu was very confident about this. Alright, let's directly drive over and destroy their spirit boat. Lin Xian said. Alright, very violent. I like it. He Tu quickly flew and continued to control the spirit boat. In front of them, there were countless people standing on the spirit boat. The person at the front was a burly man with many martial artists beside him. They were actually all 1-star kings. As for the burly man, his aura was even more powerful. He had actually reached 2-star king realm. This kind of cultivation was enough to sweep through the entire Tianwu continent. However, they did not expect that there was only a pirate leader here. From this, one could imagine how developed the martial Tao in the quintessential world was. At this moment, a skinny man beside him said, Boss, looking at the appearance of that spirit boat, it should be a big fat sheep. The burly man also smiled sinisterly. This spirit boat is not bad. I like it. Later, let's see who is on it. If they are weak, just kill them. Everything they have is mine. Don't worry, boss. We know what to do. The few kings beside us all laughed. They were not rookies. They had been pirates here for a long time. Therefore, these things were very easy to do. However, the skinny man soon frowned. This was because he realized that the spirit boat in front of them did not stop as expected. Instead, it flickered with an incomparably terrifying light. He's trying to escape. Humph, it's just a spirit boat. You want to escape from my hands. You're courting death. Order everyone to attack. The burly man's face darkened as he quickly gave the order. Immediately, the surrounding 4 spirit boats flickered with light and rapidly shot out beams of resplendent light. These light beams were extremely terrifying and contained extremely powerful energy. A 1-star king would not be able to resist them at all. Even a 2-star king would be threatened by them. However, at this moment, the black earth was moving at an extremely fast speed. It dodged the 4 pillars of light in an instant and continued to fly forward. What? He dodged them. So fast. The kings were shocked. They did not expect this to happen. The burly man's face was extremely gloomy because he realized that the other party was actually flying towards him. You dare to charge towards me? You're courting death. The burly man sneered and then said, Order everyone to attack and destroy this spirit boat. He was too angry. He had been a pirate for so many years, but he had never encountered such a situation. But now, someone actually dared to provoke him. He was courting death. Soon, the spirit boat under his feet slashed out a huge beam of light. It was like a heavenly blade that ruthlessly slashed forward. Suddenly, the void cracked and airwaves rolled. The sky and sea were split open, creating a vacuum. This attack was too powerful and fast. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the black earth. Suddenly, an earth-shattering collision sound rang out. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. The burly man sneered. "Humph, how dare you go against me? This is your fate." Before he finished laughing, he suddenly froze. His face froze and his pupils dilated as if he had seen a ghost. This was because he saw a beam of light rushing towards him from the explosion of energy. Chapter 1505. What? Impossible. How is this possible? The burly man was shocked, and the pirates behind him were all stunned. Not only was the other party undamaged, but it was also completely fine. They couldn't believe it. Damn it, what kind of spiritual boat is this? How can it be so powerful? The group of people's faces were gloomy, but soon, they screamed. Because the spiritual boat was rapidly charging towards them. "Retreat, quickly retreat." The burly man roared crazily, while the other pirates felt their scalps go numb as they desperately ran to the sides. Boom! In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The black earth crashed into the spiritual boat in front of it, causing an earth-shattering tremor as countless shock waves rolled out. The spiritual boat in front of it was smashed into pieces by the black earth. As for the pirates on the spiritual boat, they were directly turned into a bloody mist. The burly man and the other kings escaped relatively quickly, so they weren't knocked down. However, the energy storm that exploded sent them flying. Whoosh whoosh. They all vomited blood, and their faces were pale. The black earth didn't stop, and like a meteor, it quickly flew into the distance. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it, what kind of spiritual boat is that? The group of people roared crazily, extremely shocked. They had been pirates for so many years, but they had never seen such a powerful method. Inside the black earth snorted in disdain. "Humph, a group of pirates dare to rob me. If I wasn't worried about the lack of energy, I would have killed them with one blast." Lin Xian and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the black earth was incomparably powerful. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome for him to take action. This was only the beginning. After this, they encountered a few more waves of pirates. However, the black earth was still rampaging in an extremely valiant manner. Anyone who dared to intercept was directly smashed and sent flying. Just like that, Lin Xian and the others quickly flew and finally arrived at the quintessential world. Finally, after a year and a month of flying, Lin Xian and the others finally arrived at the quintessential world. The quintessential world was divided into 5 major regions: Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, Southern Ridge, Northern Plains, and Central Region. Lin Xian and the others had arrived at the Eastern Wasteland. This continent was extremely large, countless times the size of the Sky Marshal continent. In fact, in the eyes of the people of the Eastern continent, their Sky Marshal continent was called the Sky Marshal Island. On the sea, there were several tens of islands similar to the Sky Marshal Island. It had to be said that this world was truly too mystical. In the Eastern Wilderness, there were countless forces, including empires, sects, sacred grounds, and worlds. Lin Xian and the others were currently approaching one of the empires, the Dushuan Empire. This empire was terrifying. Although it wasn't at the level of a holy land or a clan of the ancients, it was still formidable. It was said that the king of the Dushuan Empire was invincible. He was invincible in the king realm. On the other hand, the clan of the ancients and the peerless sacred grounds had saints. In fact, some of the powers that had produced great emperors before would possess imperial armaments and terrifying foundations. That sort of strength was truly unimaginable. However, all of this was still very far away from Lin Xian. At this moment, they were still in the Dushuan Empire. However, as soon as they came ashore, Lin Xian and the others put away the spiritual boat. This was because there was a huge stone tablet erected by the coast. It was clearly written on it that once one entered the empire, flying with spiritual boats was forbidden. Ordinary kings didn't dare to violate this rule at all. Of course, if one was an invincible king or had surpassed the invincible king, they could naturally ignore it. Lin Xian hadn't reached this level yet, so they stopped, put away the spiritual boat, and entered the Dushuan Empire. However, just putting away the spiritual state wasn't enough. They still had to pay a fee. The coastline was heavily guarded by soldiers. The weakest of those soldiers was an 8th or 9th level venerable, and there were even many half-step kings. These were just ordinary soldiers. Some of the leaders were 1-star and 2-star kings. There were even more terrifying existences. Moreover, there were so many of these kings that almost no one dared to behave atrociously here. Looking at the armored soldiers, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the others exclaimed. Powerful, they were too powerful. On the Tianmu continent, kings were at the peak of overlords. However, here, they were only pirate leaders. One could imagine how powerful this world was. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian and the others walked forward. The fee was very simple. It was calculated based on the number of people, 1 subdivinity crystal per person. On the way here, Lin Xian had already learned that the common currency in the true spirit world was subdivinity crystals. There were also spirit stones here, but they were definitely more ordinary. However, they could be exchanged with subdivinity crystals. The exchange rate was that 1 subdivinity crystal was equal to 100 high-grade spirit stones. Lin Xian didn't have many high-grade spirit stones, but Lin Xian still had some subdivinity crystals. Therefore, he could afford to pay these expenses. Soon, the group walked up. The array scanning included the demonic beasts in the storage bags, so Lin Xian and the others spent a total of 6 subdivinity crystals. After paying, they were just about to leave when a hurried sound came from behind. Then, a red spirit boat flew over quickly. The spirit boat was engraved with runes that flickered with cold light. It even emitted an extremely powerful aura. Everyone looked up at the sky. Many people even whispered to each other. Their eyes were filled with shock and envy. Without a doubt, this spirit boat's grade must be extraordinary. At this moment, the spirit boat flickered with light, and then a few figures descended quickly. The first to descend was a youth in a golden robe. He had short hair and a round face. When he smiled, he looked like a Maitreya Buddha. Behind him, 3 figures also descended quickly. They were 3 middle-aged men in black armor. They were expressionless. However, from their auras, one could tell that they were 2-star kings. From their appearance and demeanor, they seemed to be the golden-robed youth's bodyguards. Damn, using 2-star kings as bodyguards. How extravagant. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the others were shocked. It seemed that he should be a disciple of a large family. Once the golden-robed youth landed, he looked around. Then, he saw Lin Xian and the others. When he saw the 3 beauties beside Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Luo Bingshan, he was stunned. He did not expect 3 stunning beauties to gather around a young man. This shocked him. However, he soon looked away and stared at a snow-white little monkey and a dark red dragon. Oh my God, are my eyes playing tricks on me? These are supreme-grade spirit beasts. Although the golden-robed youth was fat, he was not slow at all. He quickly came to Lin Xian's side and stared at the dark red dragon and the snow-white little monkey while drooling. It was as if he had seen a beauty. Chapter 1506. Top quality. Really top quality. This four-legged snake probably has the bloodline of dragons. And this little white monkey, its aura is very strange. Even I can't see through it. Brother, where did you get these two spirit beasts? Why don't you buy them for me? Damn. Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect the golden-robed fatty in front of him to be interested in the dark red dragon and the little white monkey. Fuck, damn fatty. I really want to kick you. The dark red dragon said through gritted teeth. Oh, no, no. The little white monkey was also unhappy. It waved its little paws and wanted to pounce. Fortunately, Lin Xian stopped it. Sorry, they are my companions, not pets. Therefore, you'd better not talk about business or anything like that. Lin Xian said coldly before turning around to leave. Brother, if you don't want to sell them, then don't sell them. Let's talk nicely. At least make friends. The golden-robed fatty didn't bully him. Instead, he walked over with a smile. My surname is Luo, Luo Zheng, Fatty Luo said with a smile. Brother, how should I address you? Where are you from? Lin Xian, from outside. Outside? Are you from one of those islands? Luo Zheng was surprised. The warriors and guards around them were also surprised. They knew that very few people could break into those islands. They didn't expect the group of people in front of them to be from those islands. Luo Zheng was also surprised, but he didn't ask in detail. There were more than 10 islands around, and he might not be able to name them. What he was really interested in were these two spirit beasts. So he quickly went up. Brother, why don't we go together? I'm also going to the Dashuan Empire. Sure. Lin Xian saw that he didn't have any bad intentions, so he nodded. He wanted to find someone to ask about the alchemy sect. Judging from Fatty Luo's identity, he should be a young master of an aristocratic family. He should know about the alchemy sect. That's great. Seeing that Lin Xian had agreed, Fatty Luo clapped his hands in joy. Then he said, how about this? There's a city nearby. Let's go there and chat while we eat. Along the way, Fatty Luo kept trying to get close to Lin Xian. Their team also attracted the attention of the crowd. It couldn't be helped. Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Ruo Bingshan were too beautiful. It was rare for them to see such a beauty. Moreover, from what they knew, such people should be in the hands of peerless experts. Or perhaps, he himself was a peerless expert. But now, these three women were probably only one-star king realm cultivators. Moreover, the young man beside them was also a one-star king realm cultivator. He was pitifully weak. There were even a few cultivators who had secretly followed them from the shore. This was because they had already heard that Lin Xian had come from a distant island and had no background at all. Even if such a person was killed, it probably wouldn't attract much attention. When the time comes to kill that brat, these three beauties will be theirs. However, they didn't dare to make a move. This was because Fatty Luo was beside Lin Xian. Fatty Luo's cultivation couldn't be seen clearly, and the three bodyguards beside him were all two-star kings. When the three of them worked together, they were extremely powerful. Therefore, the people behind them only followed from afar and didn't dare to make a move. However, they didn't give up. This was because they knew that the two of them would eventually separate. When that time came, it would be time for them to make a move. In front, Lin Xian frowned. He could naturally sense the people following behind him. He sneered in his heart and ignored them. He didn't want to cause too much trouble when he first came here. However, if those people behind him were really blind and dared to provoke him, he didn't mind sending them on their way. Ahead, there was a huge city. It was several times larger than any city on the Tianwu continent. After entering the city, Lin Xian realized that not everyone here was a king realm cultivator. A king realm cultivator was also an expert in the Dushuan Empire. Other than that, there were even more venerables. This made Lin Xian heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that his situation wasn't too bad. At least, he wasn't at the bottom. He should be considered a middle-level cultivator. Actually, this was very normal. The population of the true spirit world far exceeded that of the Tianwu continent, so there were more kings here. However, king realm cultivators were extremely powerful, so those who could become kings were all experts. Due to the large population, there were even more people below the king realm. Venerables could be seen everywhere. Great Wind Restaurant. The arrival of Lin Xian's group attracted the attention of the entire restaurant. Especially those cultivators, their gazes were all on Murong Qingqing and the other two. Murong Qingqing and the other two had cold faces and didn't say a word. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. With a cold snort, Lin Xian's body faintly emitted a terrifying aura. The sword intent was formless, but it was incomparably sharp. The moment it appeared, the atmosphere in the entire restaurant suddenly dropped. Everyone's bodies inexplicably trembled. Immediately, many people retracted their gazes, their hearts filled with shock. However, they didn't think that this aura was emitted by Lin Xian. They thought that it was emitted by the golden-robed fatty beside him and the 3 two-star kings behind him. But no matter what, at least no one dared to look so arrogantly. This restaurant had a total of 3 floors. The hall on the first floor was the largest, and there were hundreds of tables of cultivators sitting inside. There were occasionally many 1-star kings, but most of them were venerables. However, he didn't see any 2-star kings. Lin Xian was slightly surprised, but he didn't ask anything. Instead, he came to an empty table, and the group sat down. "Brother, let me tell you, this restaurant is very extraordinary. There's a kind of soup here that's very magical. You'll know in a while." Fatty Luo had a mysterious expression. He instructed a black-clothed bodyguard behind him to order the first 7 dishes. Not long after, a few beautiful maids served some food. Lin Xian looked at the exquisite jade bowl in front of him and was greatly surprised. This was because there was a kind of soup inside that emitted a rich fragrance. Not only him, but Murong Qingqing and the others were also surprised. Meanwhile, Fatty Luo said with a smile, "Brother, try it." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded. This was the first time he had seen such a delicious soup, so he quickly drank a big mouthful. The taste was very good, but as soon as he drank a mouthful, he felt a wave of heat coming from his body. It was as if he wasn't drinking soup, but an extremely terrifying flame. The heat wave became stronger and stronger, crashing crazily in his body as if it was about to explode. "What's going on?" Lin Xian frowned. On the side, the dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others also put down the bowls and chopsticks in their hands and looked at Fatty Luo with uncertain expressions. However, Fatty Luo smiled bitterly. "Fuck, brother, who told you to eat so much? This is called 4 beasts soup. It's made from 4 kinds of king beasts. The energy inside is very terrifying. Even kings would take small sips of it. It's my fault, I didn't explain clearly." Fatty Luo said apologetically. However, at this moment, a disdainful sneer came from the side. "Hey, what an idiot. How dare he drink such a big mouthful? He hasn't even heard of 4 beasts soup. Is this guy a country bumpkin? Chapter 1507. A few disdainful sneers were heard, and their voices were filled with provocation. The sneers came from a few one-star kings. They had thought that Lin Xian was a young master from some big family, which explained why he had 3 beauties despite his low cultivation. But now, it seemed that this was simply impossible. Because all the young masters of the Dushuan Empire knew about the 4-beast soup. However, this young man before them knew nothing about it. Obviously, he came from the countryside. They wouldn't care about such a person with a 1-star king cultivation. Lin Xian frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He had sensed many greedy gazes along the way, and it was obvious that it was caused by his low cultivation. If he was an unparalleled expert, these people probably wouldn't even dare to look at him. Although Lin Xian was only a 1-star king, his strength had skyrocketed after a year of cultivation. Now, 2-star kings were no match for him, and even 3-star kings might not be able to defeat him. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was an offensive saint art. Now that Lin Xian had entered the king realm, he could unleash the terrifying power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Therefore, he planned to display his strength to intimidate these people. Otherwise, these people would fly around him like flies, and he would be annoyed just by looking at them. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile as he circulated the art of longevity within his body, quickly absorbing the violent energy. In an instant, the heat on his body disappeared, and even his red skin returned to normal. What? He's fine. How is this possible? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They had been paying attention to Lin Xian, especially those 1-star kings. They looked at him coldly. This was because the 4-beast soup was made from 4 different king demonic beasts, and its energy was extremely terrifying. If he used too much of it, he would probably explode and die. 1-star kings couldn't withstand that energy at all. In their opinion, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to escape this fate. However, they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the heat on his body had completely disappeared. They couldn't believe it. Damn it, how did he do it? The group of people were shocked, and those king tiers who were sneering also had gloomy expressions as they gnashed their teeth. This was completely different from what they had imagined. On the side, Fatty Luo was also speechless. Then, he said with a smile, "Brother, you're really something." Lin Xian also smiled and said, "The soup is not bad. It's delicious." Finally, he picked it up and wanted to drink it again. But at this moment, another group of people walked in from the door. As soon as these people appeared, the originally noisy hall immediately quieted down. That was because the auras of these people were too powerful. They were surrounded by a monstrous killing intent, making them look like killing gods. The person in the lead was a tall and sturdy man. His face was ferocious, and his cultivation was even more powerful. He was a 2-star king. There were many 1-star kings and 9th-level venerables behind him. Damn, the Iron Fist Pirates, why are they here? Everyone screamed when they saw this group of people. Many of them trembled and almost knelt on the ground. Pirates were extremely terrifying. They specialized in robbing and killing passing spirit ships at sea. The Iron Fist Pirates were one of the more famous pirates. The appearance of this group of people caused the atmosphere in the hall to become extremely heavy. Lin Xian, the Dark Red Dragon, and the others also frowned. This was because they realized that the people who had appeared were the pirates who had intercepted them previously. They hadn't expected the other party to appear here. "Kid, what should we do? Should we attack?" the Dark Red Dragon asked. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "Don't be anxious. Let's observe the situation first." Although Lin Xian's side didn't attack, the expressions of the Iron Fist Pirates changed drastically when they came in. This was especially true for their leader, Iron Fist, who was the burly man, who was staring at Lin Xian. "It's you, it's actually you." He looked at Lin Xian, his voice trembling as a murderous aura surged from his body. Although he hadn't seen Lin Xian before, he sensed the aura of the Black Earth on Lin Xian's body. They remembered the Black Earth very clearly because it was the Black Earth that had destroyed all their spirit ships. It had even killed many of their brothers. Now that he saw Lin Xian, his eyes turned red. However, he soon revealed a sinister smile because he realized that Lin Xian's cultivation was pitifully weak. 1-star kings, they were only 1-star kings. Other than the golden-robed fatty and the 3 bodyguards behind him, the rest were only 1-star kings. This kind of strength couldn't withstand a single blow from him. In particular, there were 3 peerless beauties beside Lin Xian. They made him drool. "Ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping me. Kid, you dared to crash my spirit ship. Today is the day you die." The tall and sturdy man laughed sinisterly. The pirates behind him also laughed sinisterly. What a beautiful girl. He had struck gold. There were probably only a few beauties like her in the entire Dushuan Empire. Who would have thought that we would encounter her? "Ah, kid, you're dead meat. I advise you to kneel on the ground obediently. Perhaps I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born into this world." Sinister voices rang out one after another, and the expressions of everyone in the hall changed. What? That country bumpkin actually provoked the Iron Fist pirate ship. He's dead meat. He's definitely dead meat. Sigh, he's indeed a country bumpkin. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. The 1-star kings who had sneered earlier sneered even more. However, it was a pity that these beauties belonged to the Iron Fist pirate ship. At this moment, the golden-robed fatty also frowned. "Brother, how did you provoke the Iron Fist pirate ship? They are a group of ruthless people. However, it's fate that brought us together. How about it? Do you need my help?" "No need. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Luo. I can handle this small matter." Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. What? Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Dealing with the Iron Fist pirate ship was a small matter. Oh heavens, does he even have a brain? Not to mention the surrounding cultivators, even Fatty Luo and the 3 2-star bodyguards behind him were stunned. This was because they could clearly sense that Lin Xian's cultivation was only that of a 1-star king. On the other hand, the captain of the Iron Fist pirate ship was a 2-star king. In addition, there were 7 or 8 1-star kings behind him. This kind of strength was extremely powerful. In the entire hall, perhaps only the 3 2-star kings behind Fatty Luo could contend against them. However, Lin Xian said that this was a small matter. Where did he get his confidence from? Fatty Luo wanted to persuade him again, but the Iron Fist pirate ship opposite him suddenly burst out laughing. What did he say? Deal with us. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? What an idiot. He's dead meat. He's definitely dead meat. Chapter 1508. Boss, let me deal with him. At this moment, a middle-aged man beside the burly man said with a sinister smile. All right, be careful. Don't kill him all of a sudden. That won't be fun. The Iron Fist pirates joked, not putting Lin Xian and the others in their eyes at all. On the opposite side, Lin Xian was calm and composed. The dark red divine dragon beside him gritted its teeth, itching to attack. However, Murong Qingqing and the others were a little nervous. After all, this was the first time they had seen so many kings, especially the burly man. His aura was even more terrifying than their old ancestors. Such a person could destroy the entire Tianwu continent. Therefore, they could not help but be nervous. On the opposite side, the middle-aged man received the order and took a step forward. The aura on his body quickly condensed. He was a one-star king, and he was one of the stronger ones. Although this middle-aged man looked ordinary, his aura was abnormally terrifying. He was like a war god that had descended from the 9 heavens, emitting a powerful aura. "Kid, let me teach you how to behave." The middle-aged man sneered. Then, his figure flashed and he appeared in front of Lin Xian. His 5 fingers formed a claw and quickly grabbed at Lin Xian's head. The middle-aged man's attack was very spiritual. His palm was like a 5-fingered mountain, resounding through the void and blooming with a resplendent light. If this palm was released, Lin Xian would be crippled even if he did not die. In the entire hall, everyone shook their heads and sighed. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. Because the scene of blood splattering out as they had imagined did not happen. In fact, the resplendent palm light also quickly disappeared. Everyone looked carefully and then their mouths fell open. Because in front of them, the middle-aged man's palm was easily grabbed by Lin Xian. What? He caught it. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The Iron Fist pirates also frowned. Obviously, Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. He looked at Lin Xian in shock as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? How is this possible? How is it possible for him to receive his attack so easily? Damn it, I don't believe it. I must have been careless just now. The middle-aged man roared ferociously. He wanted to withdraw his palm and attack again. However, he realized that he couldn't do it at all. Because his hand was firmly grasped by Lin Xian, he couldn't move at all. What? Such strength. Damn it, get out of my way. The middle-aged man roared as his body exploded with a resplendent light, and a massive amount of power surged towards his opponent's palm. Even if it was a giant mountain, it would still crumble. However, Lin Xian's palm remained unchanged. Kill me with a single palm. Disdain for me. This is your strength. Lin Xian sneered, his eyes emitting a cold light. Then, he exerted a little force in his palm, and the middle-aged man in front of him immediately screamed. Hearing this voice, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong. Even Fatty Luo and the 3 2-star bodyguards behind him were shocked. The middle-aged man's expression was hideous. It was too painful. His wrist couldn't take it at all if Lin Xian exerted a little force. However, as a member of the Iron Fist pirate crew, he couldn't beg for mercy in front of so many people, so he could only grit his teeth and speak. Break it if you have the guts, or I'll kill you. Kid, let me go if you know what's good for you. There's no way for you to live after offending our pirate crew. Although he was subdued by Lin Xian, the middle-aged man was still extremely arrogant. However, Lin Xian turned his head and asked, Brother Luo, if I kill these people, will it affect you? Fatty Luo was stunned for a moment before he realized that Lin Xian was thinking for him. Then, he chuckled and said, Brother, go ahead. There's no one in the entire Dashuan Empire that can scare me. What arrogance! Lin Xian was slightly surprised. It seemed that Fatty Luo's identity was not simple. However, this was even better. He didn't have to worry anymore. In the next moment, he turned his head and stared at the middle-aged man again with a trace of killing intent in his eyes. What do you want? The middle-aged man trembled under this gaze. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. The The middle-aged man screamed because his entire arm had been broken by Lin Xian. Everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really dare to attack. The Iron Fist pirate crew was even more furious. They roared, "You're courting death." Soon, 3 one-star kings charged toward Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian threw out a punch and sent the middle-aged man flying. Then, he shouted, "Get lost!" Puff! 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 The 3 one-star kings trembled as if they had been struck by lightning. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backward. Shocked, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would be able to injure 3 one-star kings with just a single sound. Isn't this strength a little too terrifying? Damn it, who is this brat? How can he have such powerful battle strength? He hid his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerful. Everyone was extremely shocked. They realized that they had underestimated this young man. Injuring 3 one-star kings with a single sound was definitely not something a 1-star king could do. This was at least the strength of a 2-star king. Damn it, we've been deceived. This brat's strength still surpasses 1-star kings. On the opposite side, the Iron Fist pirate crew's expressions were sinister. The burly man's face was especially gloomy. "Brat, you've indeed exceeded my expectations. However, do you think you can defeat us like this? You're too naive. Today, I'll show you my strength." The burly man shouted coldly as silver light appeared on his fists. He was a 2-star king and was extremely powerful. He was very close to becoming a 2-star king. With a roar, the burly man punched out with his fists. They were like silver demonic beasts that flickered in the air. Not good, Iron Fist is attacking. Although Iron Fist is arrogant and has killed countless people, his strength is extremely terrifying. Especially his fists, they're even more powerful. Yeah, he should be practicing the 100-crack fist. Looking at his aura, I'm afraid no 2-star king is his match. I wonder how that brat is doing. Can he take it? Impossible. Although that brat has the battle strength of a 2-star king, he's at most an early-stage 2-star king. After all, he's still young. I'm afraid he won't be able to block Iron Fist. Everyone was discussing rapidly. However, at this moment, Iron Fist's fists were already flying toward Lin Shui. The entire void trembled as an extremely powerful force ruthlessly rushed toward Lin Xian. This was the power of a 2-star king. Moreover, the silver light contained an explosive aura that was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Xian didn't care. He stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. What? He's actually resisting with his bare hands. He doesn't want to live anymore. When everyone saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Iron Fist even roared, "Humph, he's really courting death." Chapter 1509. Boom. The next moment, a deep sound was heard. The entire void cracked open, and a violent aura blew at everyone. The kings were still fine, but the supremacies were even bleeding from their ears and trembling. This punch was too terrifying. However, Iron Fist widened his eyes in disbelief. His body was even trembling slightly. This was because his punch was easily blocked by the other party. Green sword chi circled around the palm. Although it was calm, it was like a huge mountain in front of him. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break it. Iron Fist Pirate Team. 2-star kings. How arrogant. But I'm curious. Is this what gives you the right to be arrogant in front of me? You're so weak. Lin Xian sneered. What? He blocked it. He actually blocked Iron Fist's attack. How is this possible? God, I'm not dreaming, am I? At this moment, everyone was extremely shocked, and their bodies were trembling. Especially the people of Iron Fist Pirate Team. They looked at Lin Xian with a trace of fear. It could not be helped. This was too shocking. One had to know that Iron Fist was their leader, a 2-star king. His strength was incomparably terrifying. Moreover, they killed all year round and had a monstrous killing intent. Ordinary kings were no match for them at all. But now, a young man in his 20s had actually blocked Iron Fist's attack. Moreover, he looked very relaxed. This was something that they did not dare to imagine. Lin Xian sneered and gently waved his palm forward. Immediately, the cyan sword qi on his palm rapidly surged, transforming into numerous sharp swords that pierced towards the burly man. Iron Fist's scalp went numb because he could feel the power contained in the green sword qi. It was enough to cut his body open. Damn it, this is impossible. Who is he? How can he have such powerful combat strength? He was simply too shocked. His entire body retreated rapidly like a mountain, moving rapidly in the void. At the same time, countless silver lights condensed on his body, forming a Silver King's domain that completely enveloped him. He's attacking with all his strength. Everyone cried out in shock because they realized that Iron Fist had already used his king's domain. He was definitely going all out. However, the cyan sword ray flickered and slashed down rapidly, instantly slicing apart the silver domain. Bang bang! A low and deep voice sounded. Iron Fist seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and his body kept retreating. There were several sword scars on his body. They were extremely terrifying, and in some places, white bones could be seen. Heavily injured, he had been heavily injured by his opponent in an instant. This was simply too terrifying. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This was especially true for the members of the Iron Fist pirate group. Their bodies began to tremble as they watched this scene in horror. Impossible! How is this possible? How could Commander lose? Damn it! Who was this kid? How can he be so powerful? At this moment, everyone was terrified. As for the burly man, he struggled to stand up and quickly took out some medicinal pills to stop the injuries on his body. Then, he said fiercely, "Good boy, I'll remember you." However, this matter isn't over yet. Let's wait and see. With a cold snort, the burly man was supported by a few kings and was about to leave. However, at this moment, Lin Xian sneered, "Stop right there. Did I say you could leave?" Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. However, the burly man and the others turned around abruptly. "What did you say? How dare you stop me?" The burly man's face was ferocious. "Kid, let me tell you, I'm from the Zhao family." "What? The Zhao family?" Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They did not expect this pirate group to be from the Zhao family. Is the Zhao family very powerful? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. They're all right. In the Dushuan Empire, they can be considered a powerful force, Fatty Luo said slowly. I see. Lin Xian nodded. At this moment, the burly man in front of him sneered again. How is it, kid? Are you afraid? Let me tell you, you're dead for daring to offend the Zhao family. Kneel down, kowtow to me, and give me these 3 chicks. If you do, I'll consider leaving your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. You talk too much. Lin Xian snorted. I don't care which family you are. If you dare to cross my line, you'll have to pay the price. Break one of your arms and I'll let you leave, Lin Xian's voice rang out. What? Break one of your arms. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and could not believe it. Iron Fist and the others had already revealed their identity as members of the Zhao family. That was an extremely powerful trump card. However, the other party was still unwilling to give up. Was he not afraid of the Zhao family's revenge? Or did he think that he could compete with the Zhao family? Break one of your arms. Kid, dream on. Just you wait. When I return to my family, it'll be the time of your death. Iron Fist sneered and turned to leave. Beside him, the pirates also sneered. Obviously, they did not take Lin Xian's warning to heart. Stubborn. Since it's like this, I'll have to do it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian's figure suddenly disappeared and rushed toward Iron Fist and the others. Kid, you're courting death. Seeing this, the burly man and the others were furious. The other party actually dared to attack. How dare he? With a roar, Iron Fist displayed a Silver King's domain. The other one-star kings also pulled out their swords and sabers. At the same time, kings' domains quickly formed around them. However, Lin Xian was like a ghost as he instantly appeared around them. What? So fast. Everyone was shocked. They did not see how Lin Xian appeared. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that Iron Fist and the others' king's domains did not affect Lin Xian at all. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was heard, followed by a few screams and blood spurting out. In the next moment, Iron Fist and the others were all sent flying. However, there were many more arms on the ground. You! Iron Fist fell to the ground, holding his broken arm and roaring ferociously. Until now, he still could not believe that Lin Xian had cut off his right arm. Not only him, but all the people he brought with him also had an arm cut off. How did Lin Xian do it? How could he ignore his Silver King's domain? When everyone saw this scene, they were so shocked that they couldn't even say a word. Powerful. He was too powerful. He did not give them any leeway at all. This is a lesson for you. If there's a next time, I'll kill you. Get out of here. Lin Xian turned around and walked into the restaurant. As for Iron Fist and the others, their faces were filled with fear as they quickly left. Although they were mad and furious, they did not dare to say anything because they were really afraid that Lin Xian would kill them. Lin Xian returned to the restaurant's main hall. For a moment, everyone was terrified. The entire hall was silent. Chapter 15:10. For a moment, everyone was terrified, and the entire hall was silent. As for the kings who had mocked Lin Xian before, their bodies started to tremble. Fear, incomparable fear. Previously, they had thought that Lin Xian was a country bumpkin, so they had mocked him. Moreover, they didn't think that Lin Xian was that powerful. But now, they realized that they were completely wrong. Although the other party was only a one-star king realm, his strength was even stronger than a two-star king realm. This was definitely a ferocious person who they could not afford to offend. Therefore, the three one-star kings quickly got up and ran outside. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. Seeing that the three of them were about to escape, Lin Xian lightly snorted. Immediately, the three of them stiffened, and their faces revealed expressions that were uglier than crying. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We have committed many sins in the past. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against us. Yes, we were wrong. I apologize to you. The attitude of the 3 one-star kings was extremely humble, and they were no longer as arrogant as before. This is a very realistic world. If you don't have power, you will be bullied, and laughed at. If you displayed great power, you would immediately gain respect, status. This was the principle of the entire world. Whether it was the martial heaven continent or the true spirit world, it was the same. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. You're wrong. I don't hold grudges because I usually take revenge on the spot. Spare us. Hearing this, the 3 of them cried, almost kneeling down. Lin Xian picked up a bowl of 4-beast soup from the table and walked towards the 3 of them. I won't make things difficult for you. If each of you takes a big gulp, I'll let you leave. What? Take a big gulp? The 3 of them even had the heart to die. This was the 4-beast soup, and its energy was incomparably terrifying. If they drank a big mouthful, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the power. However, if they didn't drink it, the result would be even worse. Thinking up to this point, the 3 of them were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Why did they have to be so mean before? Why did they have to mock the other party? Now that they had fallen to such a state, they deserved it. Bracing themselves, the 3 of them each drank a big mouthful of the 4-beast soup. Immediately, their skin turned red, and a violent force rampaged through their bodies, as if it was about to explode. Among them, the weaker one directly vomited blood. The other 2 had incomparably ugly expressions as they quickly suppressed the energy in their bodies. Then, the 3 of them struggled to walk out of the door. However, it didn't take long for the other 2 to suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Terrifying, too terrifying. The energy contained within was not something they could withstand. Indeed, if an ordinary 1-star king ordered a bowl of 4-beast soup, they would have to drink it for at least a day. If it was weaker, it would take 2 or 3 days to completely digest it. As for the 3 of them, they probably couldn't refine a third of the energy. Lin Xian shook his head. Isn't it just a mouthful of soup? Is there a need for this? How fragile. Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. In the next moment, they widened their eyes because Lin Xian picked up another bowl of 4-beast soup and drank it in one gulp. Probably not even a 2-star king would dare to drink it in one gulp. Only a 3-star king would dare to do so. However, the young man in front of them was so bold that he directly drank the entire bowl. Lin Xian felt as if he wasn't drinking soup, but a volcano that was about to erupt. The aura in his body quickly boiled. With a loud laugh, Lin Xian quickly used the longevity incantation, displaying an extremely powerful absorption ability. Soon, the violent energy was completely refined by the longevity incantation and turned into his spiritual energy. So satisfying. Lin Xian felt a wave of comfort. Brother, you're so powerful. You really hid your strength well. Even I was almost fooled by you. Fatty Luo was also surprised. Brother, where on earth are you from? Which island could have such a strong person like you? Why do I feel like you're a disciple from a sacred ground or a clan of the ancients? If that's what you think, then so be it. Lin Xian smiled. He wouldn't admit to any of his identities, because the more fog around him, the safer he would be. Oh right, Fatty Luo, tell me about the pill sect. Lin Xian asked. Hearing this, the corners of Fatty Luo's mouth twitched. Brother, how do you know my nickname? Is it that hard to guess? I can tell just by looking at your face. Lin Xian shrugged. Fatty Luo wanted to cry but had no tears. The 3 bodyguards behind him also twitched their mouths, while Murong Qingqing and the others covered their mouths and chuckled. This smile was like 100 flowers blooming, directly melting the frozen atmosphere. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. However, this time, they didn't dare to be impudent. They all sat upright and still, looking straight ahead. They didn't dare to look in Lin Xian's direction at all. Seeing this scene, Murong Qingqing and the others laughed loudly. They looked at Lin Xian with eyes full of tenderness. Fatty Luo asked, "Brother, why are you asking about the pill sect? Don't tell me you have a grudge with the pill sect." "No, you're thinking too much. I want to join the pill sect, and I'm asking if you have a way." "Join the pill sect?" Fatty Luo was stunned. "Are you an alchemist?" "What, don't I look like one?" Lin Xian asked back. "I really can't see it. Brother, if you really want to join the pill sect, I do have a way." "Let's hear it." This Great Wind restaurant has 3 floors. The first floor is just an ordinary floor. Normally, powerful kings won't be here. They'll go to the second floor. Above this floor is the third floor. That's a place only geniuses can go. Today, there's a small gathering on the third floor, and there's a pill sect disciple among them. Do you want me to introduce you? There's a pill sect disciple on the third floor. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to meet someone from the pill sect as soon as he arrived in the Dashuan Empire. It seemed like his luck wasn't bad. "Okay, let's go take a look." Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He immediately stood up and led Murong Qingqing and the others to the third floor with Fatty Luo. "Brother, don't blame me for not reminding you. The third floor isn't a place ordinary people can enter. Either you have status, or you have strength." "What strength?" Lin Xian asked. "At least a mid-stage 2-star king. There are even late-stage 2-star king existences." Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Although it was only a difference of a few words, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. This was because the king realm was too terrifying. Every increase in strength would cause an earth-shattering change. It could be said that cultivators of the same level had vastly different strengths. Moreover, a late-stage 2-star king was at least at the level of the heavenly netherbird. Chapter 15:11. With He-Tu's guidance and the various resources on the Black Terra, as well as cultivation techniques and secret manuals, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds during this year's cultivation. Now, he had an unimaginable number of secret techniques in his hands. Coupled with the Great Dragon Sword Soul's super strong combat power, Lin Xian could defeat anyone below the level of a 3-star king. As for a 3-star king, he had the power to fight. Therefore, even after hearing Fatty Luo's reminder, he didn't hesitate and walked up. More than half of the people on the second floor were gone, and even fewer people were on the third floor. It was quiet, without a single shadow. Not only that, but there was also a cold middle-aged man standing on the stairs to the third floor. His figure was as tall as a mountain, blocking the path. The black-clothed martial artist glanced coldly at Lin Xian and the others, then frowned. "Those who have no business here, leave at once. The third floor is not for you to go up." He naturally saw the cultivation of Lin Xian and the others. They were only 1-star kings. They couldn't even go up to the second floor with their strength, let alone the third floor. What a joke! How dare you! Hearing the black-clothed martial artist's rebuke, a 2-star bodyguard stood out from behind Fatty Luo, emitting a powerful aura. "My surname is Luo," Fatty Luo said with a smile. "Luo?" The black-clothed martial artist thought for a long time, but he couldn't remember which major force in the Dashuan Empire had the surname Luo. He was about to refuse, but the 3 2-star bodyguards behind Fatty Luo emitted an extremely powerful aura. Instantly, the black-clothed martial artist's expression changed. 3 two-star martial artists as bodyguards. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. He was definitely a disciple of a major family. Although he couldn't guess which family he was from, he guessed that his identity must be extraordinary. Then, he nodded slightly. You can go in, but they can't. Then, the black-clothed martial artist's gaze landed on Lin Xian and the others again, and the corners of his mouth curled up coldly. Brother Lin. Fatty Luo turned around and asked. I'll do it myself. Lin Xian nodded slightly and didn't let Fatty Luo and the others attack. Instead, he stepped forward and walked up. Get out. Seeing Lin Xian not retreat but advance instead, the black-clothed martial artist's face sank. Since he was standing here, he was naturally choosing people. The young man before him was only a one-star King Realm cultivator, so it was impossible for him to let him go. Thus, in the next moment, he shouted coldly and waved his palm. Suddenly, the void trembled, and a palm blooming with light pushed horizontally in the air. It was like a 5-fingered mountain, wanting to crush Lin Xian. Lin Xian focused his gaze and punched out as well. The qi and blood in his body circulated, producing a rumbling sound. His arm was like a huge dragon, surging rapidly. With a punch, the entire void started to tremble. Pang! A deep voice sounded out and then quickly dissipated. However, the black-clothed warrior's expression changed greatly and he quickly retreated a few steps. Bang bang bang. Every step he took was on the void, even leaving a black crack in it. Shocking, it was too shocking. He did not expect that his opponent would be able to send him flying with a single punch. How was this possible? His opponent was only a one-star King Realm. How could he have such powerful strength? However, no matter how much he did not believe it, the truth was right in front of him. How is it? I'm qualified now, right? Lin Xian asked with a smile. You're very strong. You're qualified to enter. The black-clothed martial artist nodded solemnly. He was a 2-star King Realm cultivator. Anyone who could defeat him was definitely qualified to enter. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Then, he turned around and said, "Let's go." The group moved forward, but the black-clothed martial artist blocked their way again. You can enter, but they can't. The black-clothed martial artist pointed at Murong Qingqing and the others behind Lin Xian and said coldly. Immediately, Lin Xian frowned. They are my friends. Naturally, they have to enter with me. No matter who they are, they can't enter. Unless they can defeat me, the black-clothed martial artist said coldly. Hearing this, Murong Qingqing and the others fell silent. After a year of cultivation, they had already become one-star kings. However, the black-clothed martial artist in front of them was a 2-star King Realm. Now, it was impossible for them to challenge someone of a higher cultivation level. Big brother Lin Xian, forget it. Why don't we wait outside? Shen Jingqiu was a little uneasy. No. Lin Xian shook his head decisively. You are my women. If I can't even bring my own women in, what's the point of cultivating? The next moment, he turned around and looked at the black-clothed martial artist again. I'll give you one last chance. Get out of my way. The black-clothed martial artist's face was also gloomy. He had never been looked down upon like this. Although Lin Xian had forced him back, he was not someone to be trifled with if they really fought. Kid, this is the rule here. You'd better not break it. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The black-clothed martial artist wanted to say something more, but the next moment, his face changed drastically. This was because a green light suddenly appeared on Lin Xian's body and enveloped him instantly. You're courting death. The black-clothed martial artist was furious. A powerful aura surged from his body, and he was about to counterattack. However, the next moment, he froze. That terrifying aura also disappeared in an instant. There was nothing he could do. A green domain had completely enveloped him at this moment. Inside, there were countless sharp swords pressed against his throat. As long as he moved, those sharp swords would pierce through his throat. Although he was a 2-star king, he was still afraid of death. Drip. Drip. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The black-clothed martial artist was completely drenched. He was terrified because he did not expect Lin Xian to be able to subdue him in an instant. One had to know that repelling and subduing were different. Repelling meant that Lin Xian had the strength to fight him, but subduing him meant that Lin Xian's strength completely surpassed his. Lin Xian could kill him in an instant. Thinking of this, the black-clothed martial artist was terrified. Lin Xian was clearly only a 1-star king, but his combat strength shocked him greatly. Not to mention the black-clothed martial artist, even Fatty Luo and the 3 2-star bodyguards behind him were shocked. This was because Lin Xian's strength had once again exceeded their expectations. "Can I bring my people in now?" Lin Xian asked coldly. "Yes." The black-clothed martial artist nodded with difficulty. He did not dare to resist because his life was in Lin Xian's hands. "Let's go." Lin Xian turned around and pulled Murong Qingqing and Shinjingqiu. Then, the group of people walked towards the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor had an antique atmosphere and was very quiet. There were very few people here, only 7 or 8. At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking at the staircase. This was because they did not expect that other than them, there would be someone else who could follow them to the 3rd floor. In the next moment, those people were stunned because there were a lot of people on the 3rd floor. One of them was a fatty in a golden robe, followed by 3 black-clothed bodyguards. On the other side was a handsome young man, followed by 3 stunning beauties. Next to him was a red 4-horned snake with a snow-white monkey on top of it. This group was very spectacular. At this moment, everyone on the 3rd floor was stunned. They did not expect so many people to come. Chapter 15:12. At this moment, everyone on the 3rd floor was stunned. They didn't expect there to be so many people here. But soon after, anger appeared on their faces. This was because they'd noticed that many of them were only 1-star kings. They couldn't even reach the 2nd floor, so how could they enter the 3rd floor? Damn it, how is that guy guarding the door? Why did he let in so much trash? Fuck, who are you calling trash? Fatty Luo and the dark red dragon both jumped up. Of course, I'm talking about you guys. You dare to enter the 3rd floor with such strength. Although I don't know how you guys got in, please get out now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. A young man in a blue robe stood up. He was quite handsome, but his eyes were very cold, making people feel uncomfortable. Middle stage 2-star kings, you dare to talk big in front of me with such strength? Fatty Luo snorted disdainfully. Come. I'll teach you how to behave. The dark red dragon gnashed his teeth. He was the same as Lin Xian. His strength couldn't be judged by his cultivation. Lin Xian glanced at the people in front of him and then revealed a trace of surprise. He found that these people were all very powerful. The weakest among them was a mid-stage 2-star king, and there were a few late-stage 2-star kings. There were even 1 or 2 whose cultivation he couldn't see clearly. Presumably, they were even more powerful. However, so what if their cultivation was powerful? He wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. Since these people dared to provoke him, he naturally had to fight back. How did you get in? Of course, by fighting. Don't you know the rules here? Lin Xian looked around, not backing down at all. Before coming to the true spirit world, he had already understood that this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Moreover, he had personally experienced it these few days. So, in this place, he had to be strong and couldn't show weakness. Because the weak were bullied and looked down upon. Only the strong could make people respect and fear them. So, Lin Xian's attitude had been very decisive after coming to the true spirit world. Do you think they can pass? The blue-robed man snorted disdainfully. You'll know whether they can or not when you try. Lin Xian took a step forward, and a fierce aura appeared on his body. So strong. The people on the other side were shocked. They didn't think that Lin Xian could release such a terrifying aura. Although he was only a one-star king, his strength had most likely surpassed the one-star king realm and reached the two-star king realm. Not bad indeed. No wonder you can come up here. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the front. Lin Xian looked in the direction of the voice and was slightly surprised. It was a graceful figure, sitting there quietly. She was very beautiful, but there was a cold aura around her. It was as if nothing could catch her eye. Even for Lin Xian, she only glanced at him. The woman continued, however, by forcefully bringing them up, you've broken the rules. This is not good for them. Another handsome man in a red robe also spoke. Different strengths have different circles of strength. They haven't reached that level yet, so they aren't qualified to enter this circle. So, tell them to leave quickly. The other party's voice was very calm, but there was an irresistible command in it. Lin Xian sneered. Rules are set by people, so they naturally change according to people. There's nothing wrong with this. As for what happens in the future, you don't have to worry about it. Hearing this, the cold woman frowned but didn't say anything. The red-robed man snorted. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Lin Xian's attitude. However, perhaps because of his status, he didn't attack. However, the blue-robed man who had been hooting earlier sneered. Kid, you're too arrogant. This isn't a place for you to be so presumptuous. Is that so? Let's see what right you have to teach me a lesson. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed in them. Then, he strode toward the blue-robed man. You dare to attack me? You're courting death. The blue-robed man was furious and quickly counterattacked. The others also frowned. However, they didn't stop him because they also wanted to break Lin Xian's spirit. Kid, you're too arrogant. Today, I'll teach you how to behave properly. The blue-robed man sneered and pointed his finger. Suddenly, a blue light surged out. It was extremely terrifying and quickly pierced toward Lin Xian. This sword chi was ocean blue and carried a terrifying power. Even an early-stage two-star king couldn't resist it. Although the blue-robed man was arrogant, his strength was extremely powerful. He had even surpassed the black-robed martial artist who had been guarding the door. Lin Xian, be careful. Murong Qingqing and the others were concerned. The people on the other side sneered and watched. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He looked at the ocean blue sword chi and quickly attacked. He slowly raised his palm and pushed it out. What? He dares to resist with his bare hands? He's really courting death. Someone on the other side sneered. Although Bai Shan is only a mid-stage two-star king, his strength is indeed powerful. Especially his true martial sword chi, it's extremely powerful. There are very few opponents in the same realm. This guy dares to resist with his bare hands? He's really courting death. Everyone sneered, thinking that Lin Xian was dead meat. However, in the next moment, their expressions froze. Even the cold and haughty woman let out a soft cry of surprise. This was because in Lin Xian's hand, countless green lights surged and flashed rapidly. They formed a green vortex and blasted forward. Suddenly, the true martial sword qi encountered the vortex and quickly disintegrated. It then turned into spiritual qi and was absorbed by the green vortex. What? He broke it. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Even the blue-clothed youth, Bai Shan, had a face full of shock. Impossible. How could you break my true martial sword qi? He was too shocked. One should know that his true martial sword qi was a mid-grade earth-class martial art. It was extremely powerful. Very few people in the same realm were his match. However, before he could react, Lin Xian clenched his fist and slashed out a green sword qi. Damn it! Seeing the sword qi, the blue-robed man's expression changed drastically. The pupils of the few people around him shrank. This sword qi was too terrifying. It was much more powerful than the sword qi that the blue-robed man had shot out. Humph! The blue-robed man snorted. With a shake of his hand, he took out an ancient shield to resist. However, this shield was not formed by spiritual qi. It was a treasure. This was a half-step Earth-class treasure. Its power was very terrifying. In fact, Earth-class treasures were rare in the true spirit world. Although there were more of them than on the Tianwu continent, they were still in the hands of the top forces. However, this half-step Earth-class treasure's power was several times stronger than the ones on the Tianwu continent. After all, the martial arts here were very developed. The quality was naturally much better. After summoning the ancient shield, the blue-robed man was obviously relieved. Obviously, he was very confident in his defense. Chapter 1513. That was because Lin Xian's green sword aura had cut his shield in half when it hit him. Then, the sword aura had landed on his body. Fortunately, he was still wearing an inner armor, which blocked the sword qi and prevented him from being cut in half. However, the terrifying power contained in the sword qi still sent him flying. Rumble. The blue-clothed youth was sent flying. What? Bai Shan lost. The surrounding kings were shocked. They didn't expect Bai Shan to be defeated, and in one move at that. Who was his opponent? How could he be so powerful? However, they knew all the prodigies in the Dushuan Empire, and there was no such person. Could he be from another country? They were puzzled and stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. Two of them were hot-tempered and directly stood up, wanting to attack. At this moment, the aloof woman spoke up, "All right, stop fighting." He's right. Rules are set by people. He does have the ability to change the rules. Let's forget about it this time. Hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. They were even more shocked than when they saw Bai Shan lose. Because they knew the identity of the cold woman. They didn't expect that even she would speak. These people naturally couldn't attack anymore. Thus, they could only snort coldly. The cold woman raised her head again and looked at Lin Xian. "What's your name? Where are you from?" Lin Xian. "As for where I came from, I'm afraid you wouldn't know even if I told you." Lin Xian. The kings on the other side whispered, clearly wanting to remember this name. At this moment, Fatty Luo also walked up and said with a smile. "Not fighting anymore. Then let's sit down and have a chat. How about it?" "Who are you?" one of them asked coldly. Obviously, the other party was Lin Xian's companion, so they naturally wouldn't treat him nicely. Fatty Luo said proudly, "My surname is Luo." Surname Luo. Lin Xian was also puzzled when he heard this. Because this wasn't the first time Fatty Luo said this, but those people before didn't react. In fact, many people were also puzzled this time. This was because they didn't know that the Dushuan Empire had a powerful Luo family. However, the cold woman frowned slightly, and then she seemed to have thought of something. What's your relationship with Luo Bideo? Hee, take a guess, Fatty Luo said with a grin, refusing to answer. However, the expression on his face was one of extreme pride. Seeing this scene, the cold woman's expression became even more serious. As for the surrounding people, they were all shocked. What? Luo Bideo? It can't be, right? He can't really be related to Luo Bideo, right? Stop joking. How could such a peerless figure come here? Moreover, he only has a 2-star king tier by his side. His status doesn't match the card game. The group of people discussed animatedly. They were very confused, but Fatty Luo didn't explain at all. Instead, he sat down casually. Afterwards, Lin Xian and the others all sat down. At this moment, Fatty Luo spoke again. I've heard that Fairy Chu Yu's hands are unparalleled. I wonder if I'll be able to broaden my horizons this time. Oh, you know me. This time, it was the cold woman's turn to be surprised. Of course. Otherwise, why would I be here? Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyebrows twitched. He knew that this cold woman was very likely the alchemy faction disciple. Chu Yu nodded slightly. Then, with a flip of her jade-like hand, a few exquisite jade bottles appeared. Inside them was a resplendent liquid. Then, she poured a few drops into the 4-beast soup. Immediately, a rich fragrance quickly wafted out. Not only that, but there was even a sparkling light enveloping it. Fragrant. Is this the exquisite liquid? It's indeed very magical. Fatty Luo was excited. Brother Lin, this exquisite liquid is very special. It's made from 50 types of precious spirit herbs. It's very wonderful when combined with this 4-beast soup. Moreover, the energy contained in it is extremely terrifying. It can even increase the cultivation of a king tier. So magical. Lin Xian was shocked. The others were also envious. However, Chu Yu only made 2 bowls and stopped. It was obvious that this exquisite liquid was extremely precious. Even she was not willing to use too much of it. Brother, I won't stand on ceremony. Fatty Luo was quick to react and snatched a bowl. When the others saw this, they were extremely envious. However, no one dared to snatch it because Fatty Luo's identity was too suspicious. Although they did not believe that Fatty Luo was related to the legendary Luo Bideo, they did not dare to make a move. If it was true, they would be dead. Therefore, they had their eyes on the other bowl. However, in the next moment, the king's faces turned green because the other bowl was picked up by Lin Xian. You're courting death. How dare you? Kid, put it down. Cold shouts were heard one after another. It was obvious that they had no qualms about Lin Xian. With a cold snort, 2 people immediately attacked. The auras of these 2 kings were even more powerful than the man in blue from before. The 2 of them attacked as fast as lightning without mercy. Immediately, the void trembled and runes flickered. The light quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Scram! Lin Xian shouted coldly and attacked quickly as well. Like an azure dragon emerging from the sea, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He threw out 2 consecutive palms and quickly exchanged blows with the 2 kings. Bang bang! A low sound was heard, causing the void to tremble rapidly. If it were not for the many kings suppressing them, the entire building would have been destroyed. Even so, cracks appeared in the void. 2 screams were heard. The 2 kings who had attacked earlier quickly retreated, their expressions extremely ugly. It was obvious that they had suffered at Lin Jian's hands. D***, impossible. How can he be so strong? The two kings were bewildered. They looked at Lin Xian and gritted their teeth, but they did not dare to attack again. Just now, the two of them had attacked with all their might. They were only short of using their king domain, but even so, they were unable to defeat Lin Xian. This was unbelievable. After quickly repelling the two kings, Lin Xian looked around and said, "If anyone else is not convinced, you can come out as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." This voice was very confident. "Kid, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you can defeat a two-star king. This is not a place where you can be presumptuous." A dignified voice rang out. It was filled with a strong sense of warning and terrifying pressure. As soon as this was said, many kings were shocked. This was because the person who had spoken was a two-star king. Although there was only a difference of one word between the two, the difference in power was like heaven and earth. Judging from the reactions of the middle-stage two-star kings, it was clear how powerful the King Realm Cultivator was. It was a young man in a red robe. He looked coldly at Lin Xian. "Put down that bowl of soup. I won't touch you." Chapter 15-14. Hee, with Hai Wuxin, that kid is dead for sure. That's for sure. Hai Wuxin is a late-stage two-star king. He's terrifyingly strong. No matter how strong that kid is, he won't be able to stop him. Let's see how he's going to die. Daring to oppose us, this is his fate. The kings who had been at a disadvantage before were gloating. It was obvious that they were very confident in this red-robed man. "Who are you? You dare to stop me?" Lin Xian frowned. "Do you think you have the right to get what I want? If you don't like it, you can fight. Don't talk big." Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Good. 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 Kid, it seems like you don't know what's good for you." The red-robed Hai Wuxin was truly enraged. "In terms of cultivation, I don't want to bully you, but since you don't know what's good for you, I can only suppress you," Hai Wuxin said coldly. "You talk too much." Lin Xian sneered. He picked up the bowl of soup and handed it to Murong Qingqing and the others. "Try it. It should taste good." Seeing this, Hai Wuxin's face immediately darkened. The other party did not listen to his warning and even dared to snatch what he wanted in front of everyone. He was courting death. In the next moment, he mercilessly attacked. A large blue hand, like a star, quickly reached out and grabbed at Lin Xian. The blue hand glowed brightly with a terrifying aura. In an instant, cracks appeared in the void around Lin Xian. Horrifying, this was too horrifying. Late-stage two-star king was far stronger than a mid-stage two-star king. This power could even easily kill a mid-stage two-star king. No wonder this Hai Wuxin was so confident. It seemed that he was indeed terrifying. Probably not many people present could subdue him. The surrounding kings paled as they watched this scene, their hearts thumping. On the other hand, Lin Xian's side was abnormally quiet. This was because Lin Xian had already opened his dragon sword domain and enveloped Murong Qingqing and the others. No matter how terrifying the blue hand was, it could not shake his dragon sword domain. Without anything to worry about, Lin Xian no longer hesitated and quickly punched out. This punch caused the space to tremble. His arm was like a dragon as it soared into the sky. It quickly traversed through the void and violently collided with the blue palm. Boom! Instantly, the entire space began to tremble. This terrifying aura caused the surrounding kings to go pale and tremble. Hai Wuxin's expression changed when he felt the power of this punch. Suddenly, he roared angrily, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. His aura rose once again. He was going to attack. However, Lin Xian didn't give him a chance. With a low growl, an enormous amount of power gushed out from his body and poured into his fist. Immediately, a dazzling fist emitted a resplendent green light and fiercely punched out. Boom! Boom! Hai Wuxin couldn't take it at all. His blue hand instantly cracked open, and his entire body was sent flying backwards. Blood sprayed into the sky. Time seemed to stop for a moment. Only Hai Wuxin's figure could be seen flying backwards. Everyone was stunned. Even Chu Yu, who had always been cold and aloof, was incomparably shocked. No one had expected Lin Xian to send Hai Wuxin flying with one punch. It had to be known that Hai Wuxin was already a late two-star king, and his strength was extremely terrifying. The only one here who could confidently defeat him was probably Chu Yu. But now, he had been sent flying by a one-star king. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed it. How is it? Do I have the right to drink this bowl of soup? Lin Xian's lips curled up. You! Hai Wuxin fell to the ground, trembling in anger. He felt a tightness in his chest, and he couldn't feel his entire arm. That punch just now was too terrifying. It had almost crippled his arm. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Shameful, this was too shameful. He was a late-stage two-star king, but he could not defeat a one-star king. Furthermore, he had been defeated in front of so many people. This made him have the urge to die. Beside him, Chu Yu's expression was grave. She asked seriously, "Who are you?" Lin Xian smiled. "I told you, my name is Lin Xian." Chu Yu asked, "Which sect are you from?" Lin Xian said, "I'm not from any sect, but I want to join the alchemy sect." Chu Yu was stunned. "What? You want to join the alchemy sect?" To be honest, she was too shocked. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would make such a request? At this moment, Fatty Luo also whispered, "That's right. That's why I brought him here." "How is it? Do you think my brother is all right?" Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Luo Bingshan all took small sips of the soup. Then, they handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed and took a big gulp. He then said, "Delicious." Chu Yu blinked. She suddenly felt that this youth in front of her was very interesting. Thus, she smiled and said, "With your skills, it's too easy to join the alchemy sect. However, I'm very curious. What's the use of learning alchemy at your age? You have to know that as long as you have the strength and money, you can buy any alchemy pill." Lin Xian also smiled. "You're wrong this time. I'm an alchemist." "Oh. You're an alchemist?" Chu Yu was surprised. To be honest, before this, she did not find any signs of Lin Xian being an alchemist. However, she also knew that there were many strange people in the true spirit world. It was not impossible for him to be an alchemist. However, since he was an alchemist, he definitely had a master's inheritance. But why did he want to join the alchemy sect? This made her have no choice but to be suspicious, and she even secretly became vigilant in her heart. "Give me a reason," Chu Yu asked. Lin Xian smiled and said, "It's very simple. Although I'm an alchemist, I'm not invincible. The alchemy sect has something I want. For example, better alchemy recipes and better resources." What he said was not wrong, but it was not his main goal. His main goal was to fulfill King Pillfeather's wish. Of course, he would not say this, because he did not know how many enemies King Pillfeather had. All of this would have to wait until he joined the alchemy sect. After hearing Lin Xian's words, Chu Yu pondered and did not say anything. As for the others, it was even more impossible for them to say anything because Lin Xian's strength had already stunned all of them. For a moment, the entire third floor was silent. Even the air was a little stuffy. There was only the sound of Fatty Luo drinking his soup happily, and the Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Monkey fighting over it. Chu Yu thought for a moment and said, I can indeed recommend you to join the alchemy sect, but I have a condition. Chapter 15:15. Chu Yu thought for a moment, then said, I can indeed recommend you to join the Pill Sept, but I have a condition. Lin Xian asked, Oh, condition. What condition? Do me a favor. There's a martial arts competition in the Dushuan Empire soon, and I want you to participate. Lin Xian was puzzled. Participate in the martial arts competition. Chu Yu said, yes, participate in the martial arts competition. Actually, I called these people here for the same reason. This martial arts competition in the Dushuan Empire concerns the distribution of strength among the princes and princesses. As Princess Kai Dai's good friend, I naturally have to help her recruit some geniuses to participate. They're all candidates, and Hai Wuxin is one of them that I've taken a fancy to. But I didn't expect him to be so weak and lose to you in one move. At this point, Chu Yu coldly glanced at Hai Wuxin. Hai Wuxin's face instantly darkened, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Since you defeated him and displayed such strength, you're a suitable candidate. If you can agree to my condition and fight for Princess Kai Dai, I'll help you apply to join the Pill Sect. Believe me, with my strength, I can definitely make you join the Pill Sect. However, it all depends on your performance. Lin Xian shrugged. Participate in the martial arts competition. That's simple. I thought it was something else. Okay, I agree to your condition. Although your strength is beyond my expectations, I still have to remind you that there are countless experts in the Dushuan Empire, and there are many geniuses in the younger generation. There are even many 3-star kings participating, so you better be careful. I know. Lin Xian nodded. Then, Lin Xian and the others left, because he'd already asked. The martial arts competition in the Dushuan Empire would be held in the Imperial City. There was still more than a month left, so Lin Xian planned to immediately leave for the Dushuan Empire's Imperial City. Fatty Luo came out as well. He looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile. Hee, brother, I didn't expect that we would end up together again. Lin Xian asked curiously, why? Are you also participating in this martial arts conference? It is indeed related to the martial arts conference, but I am not here to participate in the martial arts conference. I am here for another matter. What is it? Of course it's to open a gambling house. An opportunity like the martial arts competition is naturally a good opportunity to make money. Fatty Luo smiled. But I'm going to see another old friend right now, so I can't go to the Imperial City with you. Don't worry about it. Go do what you need to do, Lin Xian said. Then I'll see you in the Imperial City, Fatty Luo said with a smile. But then, he reminded him in a low voice, Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. The 3 women you brought are really too eye-catching. It's fine if you're from the younger generation, but if you're targeted by some old monster, it'll be hard for you to escape. If you really came from overseas, why don't you let them join a sect? That way, their safety will be protected. There are many places in the Dushuan Empire with training halls set up by the major sections. You can test a warrior's aptitude there. Why don't you go there and give it a try? That's good too. Lin Xian nodded. This matter really needed to be considered. Because he would join the alchemy sect next. Murong Qingqing and the others were not alchemists, so it was obviously impossible for them to join the alchemy sect. He had to arrange a place for them to go so that he could do other things with ease. Murong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others naturally knew about this matter. So they all nodded in agreement. The group bid farewell to Fatty Luo and quickly set off. Lin Xian and the others set off for the imperial city. However, on the way, they had to go to Tsangyue City first. This was because there was a training hall there that could test a warrior's aptitude. It was a good opportunity for Murong Qingqing and the others to test themselves so that they could join a good sect. Not long after Lin Xian and the others left, the Zhao family also received the news. This was because the Zhao family was behind the Iron Fist pirate crew. Lin Xian had crippled all the kings of the Iron Fist pirate crew in public, so the Zhao family was naturally furious. They sent experts to capture Lin Xian and the others, but they didn't expect Lin Xian and the others to leave in advance. The Zhao family experts were furious that they didn't catch them, but they wouldn't give up and still quickly chased after them. Since they dared to provoke the Zhao family, they had to tear them into pieces. This time, the Zhao family sent a total of 3 late-stage 2-star kings. In addition, there were many mid-stage 2-star and 1-star kings. It was very terrifying. It seemed like the Zhao family was determined to kill Lin Xian and the others. They quickly gathered information and finally confirmed that Lin Xian and the others were heading to Tsangyue City. Immediately, the 3 late-stage 2-star kings sneered. No matter where you run to, you can't escape from the Zhao family. Let's go to Tsangyue City and kill that kid. Then, the Zhao family kings quickly flew to Tsangyue City. Tsangyue City was very prosperous and had many warriors because of the Tsangyue training hall. This training hall could test a warrior's aptitude, and the results of the test would be sent to the various sections. Once an outstanding genius was discovered, the various sects and forces would send people to receive them. It could be said that this was a very good method to select geniuses. This method also provided many talented warriors to the various sects and forces. It was said that there were even people who passed this test and entered the legendary sacred grounds. Of course, that was a long time ago. In the past few hundred years, there weren't many people in the Tsangyue training hall who could enter the sacred grounds. The best ones could only enter the affiliated sects of the sacred grounds. However, this didn't affect everyone's enthusiasm. Lin Xian and the others landed in Tsangyue City and rushed to the Tsangyue Plaza. Hey Tu, which sects do you think they can enter? Lin Xian asked. He had already put away the Black Earth ship, but He Tu had turned into a small dagger and was inserted into his hair like a hairpin. Hearing the voice transmission, He Tu slowly said, "It's hard to say. I haven't tested them, but at least it's an affiliated sect of the sacred grounds. As for whether they can enter the sacred grounds, it will depend on their luck." Hearing He Tu's voice transmission, Lin Xian nodded. Not bad. It was better than expected. Even if he went to the alchemy sect in the future, it would only be an affiliated sect of the sacred grounds. With Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu's bloodline power, the sect they entered wouldn't be any worse than the alchemy sect. The arrival of Lin Xian and the others caused quite a stir. After all, the effect of beauties was too shocking. Many people looked at Murong Qingqing and the others and drooled. There were even a few who thought they were more handsome and wanted to strike up a conversation. However, they were scared away by Lin Xian. Chapter 15-16. The group stopped at the Tsangyue Plaza, but they did not immediately go up to test their aptitude. Because they did not know how to do the test. In the Tianmu continent, there had never been such a thing. But after looking for a while, they understood. The test was very simple. There were a few colorful light pillars in front of them. As long as they placed their hands on them, they would activate the colorful light pillars. The colorful light pillars were divided into 10 areas. The more light one activated, the higher the talent. As for the theory behind it, Lin Xian and the rest did not know. But according to He Tu's introduction, these light pillars were created by the sacred land. After looking for a while, Lin Xian realized that the Dushuan Empire was not as terrifying as he had imagined. Although there were many kings and geniuses, there were probably no peerless geniuses. This was normal. Even if there were, they would have been taken away by the great sage land. They were the true overlords of the true spirit world. Boz. A young man in his 20s walked up and activated the light pillars. He only emitted 5 rays of light. Immediately, the crowd cried out in surprise. Because this was already considered a very good genius. Ordinary warriors could only activate 2 or 3 rays of light. As for the better geniuses, they could only activate 3 or 4 rays. Activating 5 rays of light could be considered good among the geniuses. Soon, the young man in his 20s stood to the side excitedly. He knew that someone would definitely come to pick him up. After him, another girl around the age of 18 or 19 stepped forward. This young girl had a delicate face and willowy eyebrows. As she walked, she carried a fragrance. Her delicate hands were placed on the light pillars. Then, 7 rays of light lit up. Heavens, are my eyes playing tricks on me? She actually activated 7 rays of light. Genius, this is a top genius. It has been a long time since such a genius appeared. She can definitely enter one of the Sacred Land subsidiary sects. At this moment, countless warriors were gathered in the Tsangyue Plaza. When they saw this scene, they all cried out in surprise and looked at the beautiful young girl with envy. The young girl also raised her delicate little face, her expression filled with arrogance. He was like a little princess, surrounded by countless young martial artists. There was no helping it. This was too shocking. 5 rays of light was already considered a very good genius. 7 rays of light was definitely a top genius. She could definitely enter a subsidiary sect. But to enter the sacred land, she was still far from it. It was said that one would need at least 10 rays of light to enter the Holy Land. However, this was too difficult. Not to mention 10 rays of light, even 8 rays of light were rarely seen. Therefore, the fact that the young girl was able to produce 7 rays of light was already a very impressive feat. After that girl, many other warriors went to take the test. However, there were no more shocking geniuses. The best one was only able to light up 6 rays of light. Seeing this scene, the girl from before became even more complacent. She raised her chin high, as if she didn't put anyone in her eyes. Qingqing, go and give it a try. At this moment, Lin Xian said with a smile. Okay, Murong Qingqing smiled and nodded. She then let go of Lin Xian's hand and walked forward. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to her. It couldn't be helped. Murong Qingqing was too beautiful. Her graceful figure, beautiful face, and temperament made her seem like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Nothing could be more beautiful. The girl from before was also very beautiful, but compared to Murong Qingqing, she paled in comparison. She's so beautiful. Who is she? Since when did the Dushuan Empire have such a beauty? Why didn't I know about her? Damn! She's too beautiful. Not to mention her talent, just her beauty alone is unparalleled in the world. Exclamations were heard. The eyes of the male warriors lit up. Even some of the female warriors were amazed. However, the arrogant girl from before snorted coldly. She was extremely displeased. She was originally the pride of the heavens and the focus of everyone's attention. However, with Murong Qingqing's appearance, everyone's attention was snatched away. No one was paying attention to her. Everyone's attention was on Murong Qingqing. How could the arrogant girl stand this? However, Although her expression was ugly, she had to admit that the other party was too beautiful. She couldn't compare to her in terms of looks. She could only grit her teeth and snorted softly, "Humph. Just a vase." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Murong-Ching slowly walked to the light pillar in front of her. Then, she placed her delicate little hand on the light pillar. Everyone held their breaths and watched carefully. Even Lin Xian could not help but feel nervous. That was because this test would determine which faction Murong-Ching would eventually enter. The light pillar in front of her reacted and flashed rapidly. 1 light, 2 light, 3 light beams. Soon, 5 light beams lit up. 5 light beams. That's not bad. She's already considered a very good genius. That's right. Coupled with her beauty, her status will definitely increase greatly if she enters the faction. Many people were discussing animatedly. Meanwhile, the arrogant girl from before snorted softly. Her eyes were full of disdain. 5 light beams. 2 light beams were lower than hers, which meant that the other party's talent was inferior to hers. So what if she's beautiful? Her talent is inferior to mine. It's useless. The arrogant girl said proudly. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. She even widened her eyes in disbelief. That was because after the 5 light beams in front of her, the 6th light beam did not disappear. What? There's more. Everyone was shocked. They looked in front of them in disbelief. 6 light beams. She was already considered a top genius. They did not expect that the beautiful girl would have such good talent. However, in the next moment, they screamed again because they saw the 7th light beam. Heavens, what did I see? The 7th light beam. Another top genius with 7 light beams. Shocking, it was too shocking. That beautiful girl's talent was actually so high. She was a genius. Not only was she beautiful, but her talent was also top-notch. Exclamations sounded one after another. Everyone looked in front of them enviously. Obviously, 7 light beams were already considered a top genius. With such talent, she could still enter the affiliated faction of the sacred ground. Everyone exclaimed. Meanwhile, the arrogant girl from before gritted her teeth. Her beautiful eyes were filled with malice. Damn it, how is that possible? How could she have triggered 7 light beams? Cheating. She must be cheating. The arrogant girl was really angry. Previously, she had said that the other party was a flower vase. Now, the other party had triggered 7 light beams. The other party's talent was the same as hers. Wasn't that a slap to her face? Moreover, what made her even angrier was that the other party was prettier than her. As a woman, she absolutely could not tolerate that. Chapter 15-17. What made her even angrier was that the other party was prettier than her. As a woman, she could not accept this. Therefore, she stared at the beautiful figure in front of her with a cold killing intent in her eyes. Only she could become a top genius. No one else was qualified to stand beside her. Miss, I'll take care of her. Seeing the arrogant girl's expression, 2 middle-aged women quickly said. Then, they pulled out their swords and rushed forward like ghosts. Things were precious when they were rare. A genius with 7 rays of light was enough. Another genius would only lower the value of a genius. Therefore, for the arrogant girl's position, they had to kill Murong-Ching. This attack was very sudden. 2 rays of cold light pierced towards Murong-Ching like poisonous snakes. Not only that, the 2 rays of light were aimed at Murong-Ching's vital points. What? Someone actually attacked. Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked. They could not believe that someone dared to attack Murong Qingqing. She was a top genius with 7 rays of light. She was already a disciple of a subsidiary sect of a sacred ground. Who would dare to attack her at this time? However, things still happened. Murong Qingqing's expression also changed. Her 7 rays of light had caused a smile to appear on her beautiful face. However, the sudden killing intent caused her expression to darken again. She was not a flower vase. Her talent was extremely high and her strength was not bad. In the Tianmu continent, she was one of the top geniuses. Although she was not used to coming to the true spirit world, she was not someone who could be assassinated by just anyone. With a shout, Murong Qingqing quickly counterattacked. With a wave of her jade hands, 2 purple palms moved unpredictably and slapped out. Pang pang. 2 shocking sounds were heard. Then, the purple palms fiercely slapped on the 2 rays of cold light, causing them to retreat. Whoosh! The crowd exclaimed. They did not expect that someone would dare to fight in the Azure Moon Square. This was too bold. Sister Murong. In the distance, Shen Jingqiu anxiously shouted. Lin Xian's expression darkened. A trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He did not expect that someone would dare to assassinate Murong Qingqing. This was definitely courting death. With a flash, Lin Xian arrived beside Murong Qingqing in an instant. Are you all right? He asked nervously. Murong Qingqing shook her head, but she didn't look well either. That was because she had rarely encountered such an assassination attempt. On the martial heaven continent, she was a heavenly daughter. Everyone could only look up to her. But after coming to this vast true spirit world, things changed in an instant. She was no longer that high and mighty princess, nor did she have the strength to crush everything. She was just an ordinary king. Therefore, she was very interested in this test because she wanted to use this opportunity to enter a good sect and strengthen her own strength. As Lin Xian's woman, she didn't want to be a burden, let alone a vase. She didn't do anything wrong, but the other party wanted to kill her. This made her extremely furious. However, what made her even more furious was that the 2 figures in the sky, who had been pushed back by the purple palm, attacked again. It seemed that they wouldn't give up until they assassinated Murong Qingqing. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Killing intent appeared in his eyes. The other party was too despicable. They actually attacked again and again. They didn't put him in their eyes at all. In the next instant, he attacked as well. A golden sky ping flew out from his palm. It covered the sky and instantly circled in the sky. Its terrifying claws tore through the void like 2 golden mountains, grabbing at the 2 figures in the sky. Courting death. The 2 middle-aged women, Leng He, waved the sharp swords in their hands and slashed out a shocking long rainbow. However, in front of the golden sky ping, it was useless. Crack! Crack! All the sword chi broke in an instant, but the sky pang's sharp claws were still descending rapidly. Poof! Poof! In the next instant, the 2 middle-aged women were caught and nailed firmly in the void. Ah! The 2 of them screamed. Their expressions were full of fear. They couldn't believe that someone would dare to subdue them in an instant. Time seemed to have stopped. The golden sky pink circled in the sky, stepping on the 2 middle-aged women. The 2 middle-aged women fought back with all their might, but they couldn't move it at all. Instead, they were hit by the rebound force. Their blood was in turmoil and their bones were trembling. Brat, you dare to touch me? You're dead. The 2 middle-aged women looked down fiercely. They saw a handsome man standing in front of Murong Qingqing. The golden sky ping had come from the handsome man's hand. Are you threatening me? Lin Xian sneered. You're just two slaves. How dare you threaten me? You really don't know what's good for you. What did you say? The middle-aged woman screamed. Are you deaf? I said you're a slave. From the looks of it, you must have been ordered to come out by someone. Tell me, who gave you the idea? At this moment, the surrounding people were shocked. They didn't expect a battle to take place in Sangyue Square. Moreover, they didn't expect Murong Qingqing to be fine. Not only that, but a handsome young man with a strong aura had appeared. In an instant, everyone was watching anxiously. Who do you think you are? How dare you question us? One of the middle-aged women snorted. Brat, let us go if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. You don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian sneered. Then, he waved his hand. Suddenly, the golden sky ping shone brightly. Bang! In the next instant, one of the middle-aged women was crushed by the golden sky ping, turning into a bloody mist that splattered in all directions. What? She was killed. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe it. That was a one-star king. How could she be killed so easily? Who exactly was this handsome young man? How could he be so powerful? In the sky, the other surviving middle-aged woman screamed. That was because the blood of her companions had sprayed all over her face. Frightening, it was too frightening. She didn't expect that the other party would dare to attack her. Wasn't he afraid of revenge? In the next instant, she looked down. However, when she saw the cold light in Lin Xian's eyes, her whole body trembled. That gaze was too terrifying. It was as if it could kill her instantly. At this moment, the middle-aged woman couldn't care less. She screamed, Miss, save me. Humph. Below, the arrogant young woman's face was cold. She had sent two of her subordinates to kill Murong Qingqing. She had thought that it would be a piece of cake. However, she didn't expect that there would be a change. Moreover, one of her subordinates was killed in an instant. She couldn't accept that. How dare you? Let my people go. Chapter 15-18. Sure enough, it was you. Lin Xian looked at the arrogant girl in front of him. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He had long suspected her because no one else had a reason to attack. There was only one person who had a reason to attack, and that was the arrogant girl who had also activated 7 rays of light. Now it seemed that it was indeed so. What? It was actually her. Seeing the arrogant girl, everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect her to be another top prodigy. It seemed that this matter was going to be troublesome. Wasn't she the second miss of the Dong family? Someone exclaimed. What? The Dong family? Everyone exclaimed. The Dong family was a big family in the Dushuan Empire. They were very powerful. For a moment, everyone exclaimed again and again. They looked at the arrogant girl with faces full of shock. Hearing these exclamations, the arrogant girl Dong Qian became even more proud. She was like a proud peacock. She raised her chin high and said coldly, "Did you hear that? If you offend the Dong family, you won't have a good ending. I won't make things difficult for you. Release my people and kneel down to apologize to me. I'll let you leave this place. Otherwise, I'll let you die without a burial ground." Dong Qian had a high and mighty attitude. In her opinion, as long as she mentioned the Dong family, the other party would definitely not dare to find trouble and would definitely obediently surrender. If it was a martial artist from the Dushuan Empire, perhaps this move would really work. But this time, she was wrong. Because Lin Xian wasn't someone from the Dushuan Empire. Furthermore, given Lin Xian's character, he would never submit to anyone. Sure enough, Lin Xian sneered, "You really have a heart of snakes and scorpions. What's the use of someone like you being talented? In the future, when you grow up, you'll only be a scourge. It's better to get rid of you early." "What did you say?" Dong Qian was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She immediately screamed. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. The other party dared to insult her. How was this possible? Was the other party not afraid of death? The surrounding people were also shocked. They thought that the matter was over, but they didn't expect that Lin Xian would dare to fight back. Heavens, could it be that this fellow doesn't know about the Dong family? Could he be from abroad? It's possible. Discussions broke out one after another. They guessed that Lin Xian was not from the Dushuan Empire. Otherwise, he would not have dared to fight back after hearing about the Dong family's reputation. Dong Qian sneered, "Humph. So he's just a country bumpkin. Brat, listen carefully. My Dong family is a first-class aristocratic family in the Dushuan Empire. A country bumpkin like you can't afford to offend us. So, I advise you to obediently kneel down and apologize. If I'm in a good mood, I might let you off. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in the entire Dushuan Empire." "What Dong family? You're overestimating yourself." Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand. Suddenly, the golden rock in the sky shone again and crushed the other middle-aged woman into a bloody mist. Boom! A deep sound was heard, and a bloody mist filled the air. What? Killed again. The crowd was shocked and their scalps went numb. They didn't expect the other party to be so decisive that he didn't even care about the Dong family. Dong Qian was so angry that her face turned pale. "Brat, you dare to offend my Dong family. You're dead." "Dead? I don't think so. You'd better worry about yourself." Lin Xian sneered and walked forward. "What do you want?" Dong Qian trembled when she saw the other party walking towards her. "What do I want? Of course, I want to kill you." Lin Xian's voice was cold, like the god of death. "How dare you? My lady is the second daughter of the Dong family. Moreover, she's a top genius who has activated 7 rays of light. You dare to touch my lady? You're dead. The Dong family and all the other sects won't let you off." Seeing Lin Xian walk over, 4 middle-aged women appeared and protected Dong Qian. Dong Qian screamed, "Despicable! Despicable!" Lin Xian sneered, "You're not despicable when you kill someone. I'm just doing the same thing as you." Lin Xian's voice spread clearly in all directions. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. That's right. If the Dong family's lady hadn't been despicable and attacked first, the other party wouldn't have attacked. Speaking of which, Lin Xian was the victim. What's my status? What's her status? How can we be compared to each other? You bunch of country bumpkins, you should all die. Dong Qian screamed, her eyes full of malice. Is that so? Then let's see who's going to die. Lin Xian's body emitted a dazzling light, and his aura continued to rise. The martial warriors and guards of the Dong family broke out in cold sweat because the other party's aura was too strong. "Ha, kid, I've finally found you." Just at this critical moment, a maniacal laughter rang out. Following that, countless figures dashed over at high speed. Along with it, there was a monstrous pressure and terrifying energy. In the next moment, dozens of figures descended and appeared in the square. They're from the Zhao family. What? Why are they here? The crowd was shocked when they saw this scene. That's right, these people were martial warriors from the Zhao family. They had been searching for Lin Xian all this time and finally met him here. Kid, how dare you harm my Zhao family? Today is the day you die. Kneel down and accept your death obediently, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Ah, I heard that you have 3 beauties by your side. This time, you must bring them back and enjoy them. Kid, this is what you get for messing with the Zhao family. Hearing this, the crowd felt their scalps go numb. They did not expect that Lin Xian and his group had actually messed with the Zhao family. How audacious! The Zhao family and the Dong family were the same. They were both first-rate families in the Dushuan Empire. They were extremely powerful, and no one dared to mess with them. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian had actually messed with 2 first-rate families at the same time. What a reckless kid. Looks like I don't have to do anything. Your life will be gone. Dong Qian sneered. Isn't this the kid from the Dong family? Why are you here too? The 3 elders of the Zhao family asked. After greeting the 3 elders, Dong Qian quickly bowed and said, "This kid is too despicable. He saw that I was talented and wanted to kill me." What? There's such a thing. How audacious. We must kill him today. The Zhao family elder and the Dong family martial warrior grinned and walked forward step by step. How shameless. Snakes and rats from the same nest. Lin Xian's voice was cold. What happened today? Everyone here saw it. I think it won't be long before the world knows what's right and wrong. So what if they know? By then, you'll be a dead man. The Zhao family elder grinned. Who would stand up for a dead man? Moreover, who do you think dares to mess with the Zhao family? Chapter 15-19. To be honest, although this matter was troublesome, it wasn't fatal. This was because among the cultivators of the Zhao family, the strongest was only a late-stage 2-star king. There wasn't a single 3-star king. With Lin Xian's current strength, he could defeat any 2-star king. As for 3-star kings, they might not be a match for him. Therefore, none of these people were a match for him. Even if there were more of them, he would just have to spend a little more effort. Therefore, he wasn't afraid at all. Qingqing, continue the test. Lin Xian turned around and said to Murong Qingqing. This was because he knew that Murong Qingqing hadn't activated her bloodline power yet. In other words, Murong Qingqing's talent was definitely above that of the 7 rays of light. Okay. Murong Qingqing nodded. She also knew about Lin Xian's strength. Moreover, she knew that only by displaying a stronger talent could she suppress these people. Therefore, in the next moment, she placed her slender hand on the light pillar again. It's useless to test again. No matter how strong a dead person's talent is, it's useless. The elder of the Zhao family sneered. However, Dong Qian seemed to have thought of something and screamed, kill her quickly. We can't let her test again. This was because she had already thought of a possibility, and that was that Murong Qingqing's talent was higher than hers. If that was really the case, then things would be troublesome. Killing a genius of the same level as her could increase her value. However, if she killed a genius more outstanding than her, then she would be courting death. At that time, those large sects would definitely punish her. Therefore, she couldn't let Murong Qingqing test again. Hearing this, 4 middle-aged women flew out and formed a sword formation. They quickly charged toward Murong Qingqing. These were 4 1-star kings. When they joined forces, their strength was extremely powerful. They were even comparable to 2-star kings. Previously, they had already seen Lin Xian's cultivation. He was only a 1-star king. Murong Qingqing behind him was also only a one-star king. The two of them together definitely couldn't defeat them. Therefore, the four middle-aged women were very confident. However, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He flicked his fingers, and four void-shattering fingers flew out. Peng 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 peng. Four rays of light were like lightning, instantly piercing the four middle-aged women's heads. Blood splattered, and their bodies stopped in the air and fell to the ground. What? They've all been killed. Everyone was shocked, and they didn't dare believe it. This was far too frightening, right? Those were four one-star king tiers. Moreover, when they joined forces, they were already equivalent to two-star king tiers. However, they had been killed in an instant. What kind of person? Murong Murong Qingqing, Murong, Murong Qingqing, Murong's Murong, s. As for the few elders of the Zhao family, their faces were also ferocious. Damn it, this kid hit his strength. Murong, Murong Murong, Murong Murong, 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 Murong st, Murong, Murong s Murong est. I have to admit that you've indeed exceeded our expectations. But so what? You're at most a two-star king. However, we have three late-stage two-star kings on our side. Do you think you can defeat them? Brat, I advise you to stop struggling. Kneel down and surrender. Hand over the three beauties, and I'll give you a quick death. Why are you wasting words with him? Just kill him. Bring the three beauties back. The Zhao family's elders laughed maniacally. However, at this moment, the testing light pillar changed again. After the testing light pillar released 7 rays of light, another ray of light appeared. This ray of light was like a divine rainbow, instantly illuminating the entire plaza. What? The 8th ray of light. How is this possible? Heavens, am I dreaming? 8 rays of light, it's really 8 rays of light. That beautiful woman's talent has already surpassed the Dong family's second young mistress. 8 rays of light, it had been almost 100 years since they last saw one. Heaven-defying. That beautiful woman's talent is simply too high. Everyone discussed animatedly. They were extremely shocked. Meanwhile, Dong Qian's face was pale. Impossible, this is impossible. I don't believe it. This can't be real. What she was most worried about had still happened. The other party had released 8 rays of light, which meant that his talent had already surpassed hers. This made her extremely jealous and shocked at the same time. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Zhao family's martial artists changed drastically. They did not expect the other party's talent to be so high. 8 rays of light was already a genius among geniuses. Such a person would definitely be able to enter a powerful sect. Thinking of this, killing intent surged in their hearts. Kill her. They had to kill her before the people from the other large sects arrived. Otherwise, if she entered a large sect, the Zhao family would definitely suffer. Die. In the next moment, a Zhao family elder roared and pounced over like a ferocious tiger. What? He still wants to attack. Seeing the Zhao family attack, the surrounding martial artists exclaimed in shock. On the other hand, Dong Qian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Zhao family wanted to kill the other party more than she did. As long as the 3 Zhao family elders attacked, the other party would definitely not be able to escape. That was because those 3 elders were late-stage 2-star kings. When they joined forces, they were extremely powerful. No matter how strong the other party was, he would not be able to escape. On the other side, the Zhao family elders had already arrived near Lin Xian. A terrifying palm covered the sky and completely enveloped Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. The wind howled, and the void trembled. This palm could definitely turn a 2-star king into a bloody mist. Therefore, many people exclaimed in shock. In their opinion, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing could not dodge at all. However, Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand, and a black demonic sword appeared in his hand. It was the 9 Darkness demonic sword. In the next moment, he waved the demonic sword, and a black sword chi instantly streaked across the sky. A black crack instantly appeared in the void, but it quickly healed. In the sky, the huge palm quickly disappeared and finally broke into 2 halves. The Zhao family elder also landed on the ground, his body trembling slightly. What's wrong? What happened? Everyone's eyes widened because Lin Xian's sword technique was too fast. They did not see it clearly at all. They only saw Lin Xian pull out a demonic sword, and then the terrifying palm disappeared. Dong Qian also did not see the sword clearly, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. The other 2 elders of the Zhao family were frowning. One of them moved forward and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" However, with a gentle push, the elder who attacked earlier fell to the ground with a plop. What? What happened? Chapter 15:20. That old man gave a light push, and immediately, the elder who had attacked earlier fell to the ground with a plop. Judging by his stiffness, he seemed to have lost all signs of life. This made everyone very confused. What? What happened? Everyone was shocked. They stretched their necks and looked over. Then, they screamed. This was because there was a thin red line between the eyebrows of the Zhao family elder, which extended all the way to his abdomen. That was a sword mark. Could it be that the Zhao family elder is dead? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, extremely shocked. That's right, the Zhao family elder was killed. The red line on his body was the sword mark displayed by Lin Xian. This sword was too fast. No one saw it clearly. Even when the Zhao family elder died, his body did not split open. Impossible, how is this possible? The 2 elders outside felt their scalps go numb. They did not dare to believe it. That was a late-stage 2-star king. His strength was extremely terrifying. However, the other party killed him with a single sword strike. What kind of strength did he have to be able to do that? They did not dare to imagine. Dong Qian was also scared out of her wits. Impossible, I don't believe it. Careless, I must have been careless. Seniors, you must attack with all your might and kill this little thief. Dong Qian screamed crazily. She was too scared. Even a late-stage 2-star king was killed with a single sword strike. They could not resist at all. Hearing Dong Qian's words, the 2 Zhang family elders looked at each other. That's right, we must have been careless. This kid can't be so strong. The 2 of them prepared to attack with all their might and kill Lin Xian. However, at this moment, the light beam behind them changed again. After the 8th light beam, the 9th light beam lit up again. What? 9 rays of light. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Even the 2 elders of the Zhao family stopped in their tracks. 9 light beams, what kind of talent was this? It had not appeared for hundreds of years. To be honest, the 2 of them did not dare to attack at all. If this kind of genius was killed by them, those big sects would definitely be furious. At that time, not only would they suffer, but the entire Zhao family would also be implicated. For a moment, everyone was stunned. At the same time, the people from the major sects also received the news of the test. When they sensed the 9 rays of light, many sects took action. 9 rays of light was already very good. Such a genius must not be missed. Immediately, many sects began to move. They had to snatch this genius before everyone else. However, some of these sects were near while others were far away, but within the Dacian Empire, these sects had their training grounds. The Cool Breeze Dao Hall was a branch of the Cool Breeze faction. One of them, an old man in a green robe, looked at the light pillar in front of him and smiled. A genius with 9 rays of light. I definitely can't miss this opportunity. Ha 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 ha. I'm the closest to the Dark Moon Dojo. On the other side, a burly middle-aged man in a red robe was moving quickly. Other than that, there was also a Taoist nun riding a blue wand, as well as an expert riding a flying sword. Without exception, they all flew towards the Dark Moon Dojo. It was obvious that their target was the genius who had activated the 9 rays of light. That was Murong Qingqing. However, these people did not know that after they left, the testing light pillar lit up once again. This ray of light was like a divine chain that completely covered the surroundings. The light that it emitted was even brighter than the sun. 10 rays of light. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. 10 rays of light. No one had appeared for close to 1,000 years. Who would have thought that it would appear again this time? This time, not only were the subsidiary sects alarmed, but even the sacred grounds were alarmed. The eastern wilderness was vast and boundless. The Dacian Empire was only one of the countries on this continent, and its strength was only considered average. However, there were still a few overlords in the eastern wilderness. They were the sacred grounds and the remote antiquity families. Among them, the remote antiquity families were mainly clans. Most of them were descendants of the great emperor, and they did not accept outsiders. Therefore, they would not choose disciples from outside. However, the sacred grounds were different. They searched the entire continent for exceptional geniuses to become disciples. These two seemed to have their own advantages. However, until now, the sacred grounds and the remote antiquity families were still the pinnacle of existence. No one could surpass them, unless there was a real great emperor. However, it had been a long time since a great emperor had appeared in the true spirit world. In a fairyland somewhere in the eastern wilderness. Water was flowing, birds were singing, and flowers were fragrant. Rainbows formed a bridge, and spiritual chi surrounded it. This place was like a fairyland. Purple chi floated in the air, bringing with it a hint of mystery. This was one of the sacred grounds in the eastern wilderness, the Xixia sacred ground. At this moment, in a testing area in the Xixia sacred ground, a light pillar suddenly burst out with brilliant light. It was like a purple sun that shone in all directions. This is... The disciple in charge of guarding the place was shocked. He had never seen such a situation before, so he quickly reported it to the higher-ups of the sect. Soon, this strange phenomenon alarmed the entire Holy Land. A few people surrounded by purple chi arrived. They stared at the sun-like ray in shock. This phenomenon. Could it be that bloodline? An elder in a purple robe was excited. That's right. It's definitely that bloodline constitution. Beside him, a middle-aged Taoist nun stood on a cloud like a fairy. Her eyes were also filled with shock. Other than that, there were also a few terrifying people. All of them were shocked. They were too shocked. They did not expect that such a bloodline would really appear. The heavens are blessing our Xixia sacred ground. We must not miss it. The purple-robed elder laughed loudly. Then, he quickly asked, where did this news come from? Dacian Empire, Azure Moon Dojo. The disciple quickly reported. He knew that the people in front of him were all incredible people. At the same time, he was also very puzzled. Just what kind of bloodline and physique did he have to be able to attract these legendary figures? Dacian Empire. Quick, inform the disciples near the Dacian Empire. They must bring that person back. If anyone dares to stop them, kill them without mercy. The purple-robed elder's voice was filled with a trace of majesty. Yes. The disciples quickly agreed. Then, they quickly got busy. Suddenly, rays of light arrays lit up. Obviously, they were passing the news to the disciples of the sacred sect far away in the Dushuan Empire. No, I'm not at ease. I'll send a few more people to help. That kind of bloodline constitution is absolutely not allowed to have any mishaps. The middle-aged Taoist nun also said in a deep voice. Yes, send a few elders over and seal the news until the other party safely enters our Zixia sacred ground. Hearing that, the surrounding disciples were shocked. They widened their eyes in disbelief. Chapter 15:21. Yes, send a few elders over and seal off the news until she safely enters the Zixia sacred land. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples were shocked. Their eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of bloodline is it? Why are these powerhouses so concerned? The surrounding disciples were shocked. Their eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of bloodline is it? Why are these powerhouses so concerned? They didn't know what kind of bloodline it was, but they knew that if anything happened to her, it would definitely cause the entire Zixia sacred land to go crazy. In the end, the middle-aged Taoist nun sighed. Forget it, I'll go with you. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Okay. The purple-robed elder nodded. Then, the middle-aged Taoist nun turned into a purple light and disappeared into the sky. Lin Xian and the others didn't know about the commotion in the Zixia sacred land. However, the entire Cangyue square was in a state of shock. They looked at the 10 bright lights in front of them and were all stunned. 10 lights. Heavens, what did I just see? A miracle. It's definitely a miracle. 10 lights haven't appeared in more than 1,000 years, right? This is too heaven-defying. This beautiful woman is definitely a top genius. At this moment, everyone was shocked and their hearts were beating wildly. As for the warriors of the Zhao family and Dong family, their faces were pale and filled with despair. 10 lights. She had actually activated 10 lights. How was that possible? Now, even if they wanted to kill her, they didn't dare to act rashly. 10 lights were enough to enter the legendary sacred land. That was a true peerless sacred land. Its power was unimaginable. It wasn't something that they could fight against. Thinking of this, their bodies even trembled. Among them, a few warriors of the Zhao family had ugly expressions and almost knelt on the ground. Dong Qian also lost her arrogant expression. Her face was pale and she even wanted to run away. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect Murong Qingqing to activate 10 lights and cause such a commotion. But soon after, he started laughing. That was because this situation was simply too satisfying. Just by looking at the reactions of the Zhao family and the Dong family, he knew that Murong Qingqing's talent was beyond imagination. Most people wouldn't dare to touch her. This made him feel much more at ease. He too was also surprised because he did not expect Murong Qingqing to be able to release 10 light pillars. Murong Qingqing smiled like a blooming flower. She heaved a heavy sigh of relief in her heart. She knew she was safe. Not only her, but Lin Xian and the others were also safe. Not long after, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky. Then, powerful figures descended one after another. Feeling this aura, everyone held their breaths and widened their eyes. Many of them even began to tremble. These auras were too strong. Lin Xian also raised his eyebrows in surprise. This was because he also felt a wave of pressure. This aura definitely surpassed that of a 3-star king realm. There were even a few that made him feel suffocated. I am Qing Fengzi. An old voice rang out. What? Qing Fengzi. Could it be an elder of the Qing Feng sect? Everyone exclaimed. The Qing Feng sect was a subsidiary sect of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Its status was very powerful and was equivalent to the royal family of the Dashuan Empire. Ha 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 ha. The Dark Ocean Palace is here. Another loud and clear voice rang out. Fuck, it was another subsidiary sect. Everyone was shocked. They realized that there were also Blue Flower Sect, Northern Sword Sect, and other sections. Without exception, they were all very powerful. Moreover, they knew that these were only the first few sects to arrive. There would definitely be more behind. At this moment, the representatives of the 4 sects in the sky looked down and quickly searched. Obviously, they were looking for the peerless genius. Soon, someone's gaze landed on Dong Qian, but Vivian shook her head. Dong Qian was not bad, but now, she was not worth mentioning. Seeing the other party look away, Dong Qian's face turned pale. She was extremely jealous, but she did not dare to be presumptuous. Found her. Soon, the 4 people in the sky smiled. Obviously, they had found the true peerless genius. Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing felt the 4 pairs of eyes on her, and her heart skipped a beat. She quickly bowed and greeted the seniors. You are the genius who triggered the 10 light pillars? Among them, the elder of the Cool Breeze sect asked. Yes. Murong Qingqing nodded. Are you willing to join my Cool Breeze sect? Qing Fengzi asked quickly. However, before Murong Qingqing could answer, the other 3 people were unwilling. Qing Fengzi, what do you mean? Among them, the lady in a blue dress asked coldly. That's right. What's so good about your Cool Breeze sect? Why don't you join my Dark Ocean Palace? My Northern Sword sect is better. Voices rang out, filled with strong confidence. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the 4 of them to fight. However, this also showed how heaven-defying Murong Qingqing's talent was. When the warriors of the Zhao family saw this scene, their faces turned ugly. They knew that there was no hope of killing the other party, at least not now. On the other hand, Dong Qian's face was pale, and she was trembling with anger. This honor originally belonged to her, but it was snatched away by someone else. She was unwilling to accept this. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled. He was very satisfied with this scene. However, in the sky, the debate between the 4 experts became more and more intense. At this moment, the lady from the Blue Flower sect said, let's not fight. Let her choose. Okay. 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 The other 3 agreed. In the next moment, the 4 of them looked at Murong Qingqing again. Little girl, which sect do you want to join? Qing Fengzi asked. My Cool Breeze sect is a subsidiary sect of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. It is very powerful. If you join us, you might have a chance to enter the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Join my Blue Flower sect and you will have a chance too. The lady in blue did not let it go. Obviously, the Blue Flower sect was also a subsidiary sect of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. The Dark Ocean Palace is better. If you join, I will let you become a core disciple. The burly middle-aged man said. Core disciple. Hearing this, everyone exclaimed. They did not expect that the other party would become a core disciple as soon as she entered. There were different types of sect disciples, and the best type was the core disciple. This condition moved countless people. The North Sword sect's treatment is better. I will recommend you to become the sect leader's disciple. Whoosh! Everyone was shocked and went crazy. However, Murong Qingqing smiled bitterly. She did not know how to choose. Originally, she only wanted to join a subsidiary sect, but now there were 4 subsidiary sections. At this moment, she really did not know how to choose. Lin Xian was speechless. It seemed that being too talented was also a problem. She won't go anywhere. However, at this moment, another voice was heard, and it resounded in all directions. This voice was full of majesty, and it made everyone's hair stand on end. Chapter 1522. That voice shocked everyone. Could it be that the sects are here to fight again? Everyone looked into the distance again. Even the 4 experts in the sky turned their heads one after another. In the next moment, everyone was stunned. This was especially true for the 4 powerhouses. Their expressions changed drastically. In the distant sky, a purple ray of light flew over quickly. At first, it was still very far, but in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of them. That ray of light wrapped around 3 figures, 2 men and a woman. One of them was a middle-aged man, the other was a young man and a young woman. The 3 of them were surrounded by purple light. Although their cultivation couldn't be seen clearly, the aura emitted was even more terrifying than the previous 4 experts. Which sect are they from? Everyone in the square looked up at the sky, puzzled. Indeed, they had never seen them before. However, the previous 4 experts' faces changed drastically. Among them, the elder Qing Fengzi exclaimed. Purple Glow Holy Land. You are from Purple Glow Holy Land. What? Purple Glow Holy Land, they are genius martial artists from the Holy Land. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Shocking, this was really too shocking. One had to know that they had never seen martial artists from the Holy Land. Because although the Dushuan Empire was powerful, compared to the Holy Land, it was much worse. At most, it was on par with those affiliated sects of the Holy Land. Therefore, those martial artists from the Holy Land would not come at all. Even if they came, these people would not see them. But they did not expect that the martial artists from the Holy Land would actually come to Blue Moon Square now. Heavens, these martial artists from the Holy Land wouldn't be here for that stunning young girl, right? Heaven-defying. It has been more than 1,000 years since such a thing happened. Everyone was envious, while the Zhao family members were sweating cold sweat. The worst thing they expected had happened. The other party had finally attracted the attention of the Holy Land. Now, they did not dare to touch the other party at all, and even worried about being retaliated by the other party. Thinking of this, they had an impulse to run away. On the other side, Dong Qian was gnashing her teeth. She was going crazy with jealousy. In the sky, Qing Fengzi and the other 3 were also puzzled. They did not expect that the people from Purple Glow Holy Land would actually come. Could it be that they were also here for the genius below? They could not understand because when they left, they only knew that the other party had activated 9 light pillars. As for the matter of the 10 pillars of light, they did not know. Moreover, they didn't know that the other party had a special bloodline physique that made the Purple Afterglow Holy Land go crazy. However, although they were extremely puzzled, they did not dare to be presumptuous. After all, the hallowed grounds were not in existence that they could provoke. The middle-aged warrior from the Purple Dawn Holy Land looked down at Murong Qingqing and nodded slightly. Very good. My Purple Afterglow Holy Land wants this person. A steady voice sounded. What? Purple Afterglow Holy Land wants it. Everyone was shocked. Heavens, the Purple Dawn Holy Land is really going to take it. Isn't this too shocking? Their eyes widened in disbelief. One had to know that such a situation had not happened for many years. Now, they were actually witnessing a martial artist become a disciple of a holy land with their own eyes. Gulp. Gulp. The sound of countless people swallowing their saliva was heard. Dong Qian was so angry that she was trembling. She wanted nothing more than to pounce on them. The faces of the Zhao family members were even paler. Qing Fengzi and the other three sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that the other party was really here for the woman below. Taking a deep breath, Qing Fengzi said, "Since the Purple Dawn Holy Land has spoken, we will naturally comply." The other three nodded as well. Then, they retreated to the side. The middle-aged man in purple nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he looked down and said to Murong Qingqing, "Come with us." Murong Qingqing took a deep breath. To be honest, she was too excited. She didn't expect that she would eventually attract people from the Holy Land. Moreover, the Purple Dawn Holy Land would directly recruit her. However, she still looked at Lin Xian to seek his opinion. Lin Xian smiled, "This is a good opportunity. Don't give it up." "I understand." Murong Qingqing nodded, "I am willing to join the Purple Dawn Holy Land." "Good." The middle-aged man in purple laughed. Then, he waved his hand. A force wrapped around Murong Qingqing and brought her to his side. "Lin Xian, remember to look for me." Murong Qingqing transmitted her voice. Then, the group turned into a purple rainbow and left the place. Phew! Only when the figure disappeared did everyone heave a sigh of relief. They had no choice. The aura of the three Holy Land martial artists was too strong. It made it hard for them to breathe. In the sky, the four experts sighed and prepared to leave. Just then, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Seniors, please wait." The four of them were stunned. They stopped and looked down. "What's the matter?" Qing Fengzi frowned and asked. "Seniors, please wait. I have a friend who wants to be tested," Lin Xian said. Hearing that, the man from the deep-sea palace showed a trace of impatience. The woman from the Blue Flower sect was puzzled. "Friend, is that peerless genius your friend?" "Yes," Lin Xian smiled and said, "my other two friends are not bad either. Why don't you take a look?" Lin Xian had his own ideas. He knew that Shen Jingqiu and Luo Bingshan were not bad and could at least enter an affiliated sect. That was why he stopped the four of them. "All right, I'll take a look." Qing Fengzi was interested. The other three stayed as well. Anyway, it wouldn't take much time. "Qiu, you do it." Lin Xian waved his hand. "Oh." Shen Jingqiu nodded and walked over in small steps. "Another peerless beauty." The crowd exclaimed and was envious. "This kid is too lucky. He has three peerless beauties by his side." "Yeah. Who is he?" a group of people discussed. Shen Jingqiu quickly came to the front of the light pillar and placed her hand on it. Suddenly, the light pillar shone. 1, 2, 3. Soon, 7 light pillars lit up. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. 8. Everyone swallowed their saliva and widened their eyes. Because the 9th light pillar lit up. 9 again. Many people exclaimed. They realized that another top genius had appeared. Moreover, it was another peerless beauty. God, where did they come from? In the sky, Qing Fengzi and the other three were surprised. They were just curious and didn't expect the other party to really activate 9 light pillars. Such talent was enough to enter their sect. Not bad. Not bad. Little girl, your talent is abnormal. It's really surprising that you can gather together. The few of them nodded and their eyes lit up. They were ready to snatch the girl again. However, in the next moment, they were stunned again. There was even a look of shock on their faces. Not only the four experts, but the entire square was stunned again. Everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian widened his eyes. Chapter 1523. What? Another 10 beams of light. Everyone was stunned and could not believe it. This was too shocking. They had just witnessed a peerless genius with 10 beams of light. They did not expect to see it again. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. In the sky, the four peerless experts were also stunned. Originally, they only wanted to see it out of curiosity. However, they did not expect another peerless genius to appear. Thinking of this, the corners of their mouths twitched. Although this kind of genius was good, they could not get their hands on it. This kind of genius was destined to enter the sacred ground. To be honest, Lin Xian was also stunned when he saw this. He did not expect Shen Jingqiu's talent to be the same as Murong Qingqing's. However, he then smiled. This made him feel even more relieved. However, they did not know that behind these 10 beams of light, there was an earth-shattering event. Eastern Wilderness, another sacred ground, Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Jade Lake was a place in ancient mythology. However, since this sacred ground dared to use Jade Lake as its name, one could imagine how terrifying it was. At this moment, something happened in Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Their testing beam of light suddenly bloomed with endless light. Then, a phoenix quickly formed and rushed into the sky. The phoenix hovered in the sky and then dropped tens of thousands of beams of light. There was even a mysterious sound in the sky. Zither and phoenix singing. This phenomenon directly alarmed the entire sacred ground. Phoenix bloodline, this is the phoenix physique. Heavens, this legendary bloodline has actually appeared again. They were too excited. In the true spirit world, there were many special bloodlines and physiques. Some of them were very special. They were the favored children of heaven and earth and contained powerful energy. The Phoenix bloodline was one of them. Quick, we must find him. Immediately, the entire Jade Lake moved quickly. On the other side, Deshuan Empire, Zhangyue Square. Everyone was still in a daze. At this moment, a cloud of green mist appeared in the sky. The green mist swirled with light, bringing with it a terrifying energy that made people tremble all over. Ha 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 ha. A genius with 10 beams of light. I didn't expect to find him. If that's the case, then come with me. The green mist rolled quickly and then surged downward. Like a long green river, it was extremely strange. The green wave spread and quickly enveloped Shen Jingqiu. You're courting death. Lin Xian roared and slashed out with his sword. However, he was unable to resist it. This was because the green mist was simply too terrifying. Soon, his sword chi was shattered. However, at this moment, the 4 experts in the sky made their move. Humph. Qing Fengzi snorted and quickly made his move. With a flick of his sleeve, the void trembled, forming a ray of light that slashed forward. It was like a bolt of lightning that illuminated the void. Boom! The attack collided with the green weapon, creating a loud boom, but it was unable to block it. What? Qing Fengzi was stunned, not daring to believe it. Watch me. A woman from the Blue Flower sect made her move. Her blue hair fluttered in the wind, her eyes were clear, and her temperament was incomparably ethereal. A blue petal appeared on his body, quickly expanding and pushing out. Bang! It was as if a sudden clap of thunder had exploded in the heavens and the earth, causing the void to shake and hum. This energy was too terrifying, causing the martial artists below to turn pale. However, it was still unable to block it. That green light quickly rushed downwards. Accompanying it was a disdainful voice. Just a few 4-star kings, and you want to stop me? What a joke. Damn it. Who are you? The woman from Blue Flower Sect asked in a deep voice. Oh no, are you the green-robed king? Qing Feng Zi exclaimed. Ha, I didn't expect someone to recognize me. The voice was extremely arrogant. Since you know me, why don't you get lost? With an angry roar, the void exploded, and a terrifying energy swept in all directions. Not good. In the sky, the 4 people's faces changed drastically. They quickly counterattacked. The North Sword Sect was the first to make a move. The blood-red sword in his hand emitted a cold light, piercing toward the green mist. This attack was extremely terrifying, erupting with a dazzling light. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that shook the entire void. It was clearly a ray of sword chi, but it was like a divine rainbow descending, incomparably sharp. Kill! At the same time, the burly middle-aged man from Deep Sea Palace also made his move. A blue fist blasted out, and it was extremely violent. It directly pierced through the void and arrived in front of him. Qing Feng Zi and the Blue Flower Sect also erupted, pouncing over to stop the green mist. In an instant, a terrifying energy exploded. Everyone was stunned, not expecting such an unforeseen event to happen. They quickly retreated and watched nervously. Bang! 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 A series of low sounds rang out, and then Qing Feng Zi and the other 3 were forced to retreat. Damn it, he's a 5-star king. Damn it. The 4 people's faces were ugly. They were only 4-star kings, and even if they joined forces, they couldn't fight against a 5-star king. What, a 5-star king? Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. A 5-star king was too terrifying. Although he had the great dragon sword soul, he probably couldn't block it. Ha ha ha, now you know how powerful I am. The voice was extremely arrogant. Get lost, or don't blame me for starting a massacre. Green-robed king, although you're strong, I advise you not to attack. That's a genius that the sacred ground has taken a fancy to. Qing Feng Zi gritted his teeth and said. Sacred ground. Don't scare me. The green-robed king sneered, the sacred ground is powerful, but they won't come here. By the time they come, I'll be long gone. Ha 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 ha. That girl looks good, and her talent is even better. She should be able to improve my green shadow divine art to another level. As he spoke, he looked up to the sky and laughed. The 4 people's faces were ugly, and Shen Jingqiu's face was also pale. Just as everyone was in despair, the void suddenly trembled. Then, light bloomed, and waves of ripples spread out. Everyone was stunned as they looked up. In the sky, the void seemed to have been torn apart, and a black hole appeared. Then, a jade-like foot stepped out of the black hole. Then, a figure that was emitting light appeared. Tens of thousands of rays of light descended, as if a fairy had descended. Although they couldn't see her face, they could vaguely recognize that she was a woman. Who's attacking? A cold voice rang out. Who are you? How dare you interfere in my business? The green-robed king sneered. How dare you touch my Jade Lake's people? Die! The cold voice rang out again. What? Jade Lake. It's someone from the sacred ground. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Qing Feng Zi and the girls from the Blue Flower Sect also quickly bowed. What? Jade Lake's sacred ground. Hearing this, the green-robed king's face changed greatly. Then, he couldn't care about anything else and turned around to escape. Although he had defeated Qing Fengzi and the other three, and although he was a 5-star king, he was nothing in front of a sacred ground. He could only escape. You still want to leave? Stay. Chapter 1524. With a wave of his palm, rays of light danced in the air. This palm was too bright. It was like the sun, causing the entire world to lose its color. Damn it, block it. The green-robed king roared angrily and then used his king domain. Suddenly, a green domain quickly enveloped him. The entire void trembled, forming a green fortress that quickly resisted the shining palm in the sky. Boom! In the next moment, a low sound was heard. The Green King's domain exploded, turning into countless fragments. Not only that, the green-robed king's body also exploded, forming a cloud of blood mist. In front of this palm, the domain that he was so proud of and the strength of a 5-star king were useless. What? The green-robed king was killed. Everyone was shocked and gasped. That was a 5-star king, and he was killed with a single palm. They couldn't believe it. One had to know that the green-robed king had defeated Qing Fengzi and the other three. He was extremely powerful. However, such a powerful figure couldn't even block a single move. What cultivation level did that woman reach? She was so terrifying. Was this the strength of a sacred ground? So powerful. Lin Xian also raised his head, his eyes flickering. He was shocked. That palm strike just now made his hair stand on end. It also let him know the strength of a sacred ground. No wonder they were the overlords of the true spirit world. They were indeed powerful. Follow me. In the sky, the shining figure said slowly. Hearing this, Shen Jingqiu turned her head and looked at Lin Xian. Brother Lin Xian, I'm leaving. Remember to look for me. I'll miss you. Then, her figure floated into the sky. Together with the figure from the Jade Lake sacred ground, she entered the black hole again. In the next moment, the two figures entered the black hole, and the black vortex also quickly disappeared. In the end, the entire sky became clear again. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The scene just now was like a dream. Qing Fengzi and the other three also sighed, then looked at Lin Xian again. Kid, you still have a friend. Let her take the test. Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched, and they looked at Lin Xian strangely. Since the first two were geniuses who had managed to trigger 10 rays of light, they were eager to know if the third person was a peerless genius too. Bingshan, you do it. Lin Xian nodded and waved at Luo Bingshan. Then, Luo Bingshan stepped forward and arrived in front of the light pillar. This time, it was not 10 rays of light, but 9 rays of light. Finally, after confirming that there were 9 rays of light, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there weren't 10 rays of light. Otherwise, this scene would be too heaven-defying. In the sky, Qing Fengzi and the other three heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, a genius with 9 rays of light was just right for them. This trip was not in vain. Little doll, are you willing to follow us? The moment Qing Fengzi asked this question, he regretted it. Because the void split open again, and a figure walked out. That figure was mysterious. His body was shrouded in countless demonic clouds, and it was impossible to see clearly. However, the aura that emanated from his body was incomparably terrifying. He was like a demon king, standing in the void. He did not look at anyone, nor did he say anything. With a wave of his hand, the demonic clouds rumbled and covered Luo Bingshan, bringing him away. Everyone was stunned. The entire scene was eerily quiet. Lin Xian frowned. He did not even know which sect the other party was from. Sigh. With a sigh, he could only shake his head. He could only say that this was Luo Bingshan's opportunity, and he could not interfere with it. Hopefully, there would be a chance to meet him in the future. In the sky, Qing Fengzi and the other three were speechless. It was not easy to find a genius with 9 rays of light. Originally, they wanted to recruit him into their sect, but they did not expect such a change to occur. However, they did not dare to say anything because the aura that the figure gave off was too terrifying. It made their hair stand on end. Little doll, do you have any friends? Or do you want to be tested? Qing Fengzi did not give up and looked at Lin Xian once again. However, Lin Xian shook his head. The 3 people he had brought with him had already finished their tests, and he was not going to be tested. Seeing this, Qing Fengzi and the other 3 sighed. Then, their bodies swayed and they quickly left the place. What? They left. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the 4 of them to leave just like that. The one with the worst expression was Dong Qian. She was stunned. One must know that she was also a genius with 7 rays of light and could enter the affiliated sect. However, those 4 powerhouses from before did not even take a look at her and directly flew away. This made her feel hopeless. It's you, it's all your fault. It's all because of you that I missed this opportunity. She glared viciously at Lin Xian, her face full of malice. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're a piece of trash and you're blaming it on others. What a joke. What did you say? Dong Qian screamed. Kill him for me. Yes, Mississippi. Suddenly, an old woman with a walking stick walked out from behind her. Her face was full of wrinkles. Her aura was asking for a beating. She was also a late 2-star king. At the same time, the 2 elders of the Zhao family also walked up. The 3 of them stood side by side, and killing intent surged from their bodies. They had no choice. They had already offended Lin Xian, and they had to kill him quickly. Otherwise, they would be finished when Lin Xian joined forces with the disciples of the Holy Lands. Humph, so what if your friends have entered the Holy Lands? They are them and you are you. You might not be able to contact each other in this lifetime. Since you dare to offend us, you can die obediently. The 3 of them quickly activated their king domains and charged towards Lin Xian. The terrifying king domains shone brightly, cutting through the void. The 3 king domains carried shocking killing intent as they charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was cold. His body swayed, and he quickly dodged the killing intent. Boom! The place where his combat strength was turned into a black hole. Humph, let's see how you dodge. The 3 of them sneered and attacked again. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he quickly activated the dragon sword domain. Suddenly, a green light appeared around him. Countless sword cheeks shocked the heavens, forming a special domain. Buzz! Buzz! In the next moment, the 4 domains collided, and a shocking sound rang out. Humph, so what if you're strong? Do you think you can stop the 3 of us? The old woman sneered. The 2 elders of the Zhao family also looked ferocious. They were very confident that they could kill Lin Xian. Not good, that kid is in danger. Yes, 3 late 2-star kings. He can't stop them at all. Everyone shook their heads. Lin Xian roared, and the dragon sword domain trembled. Sword chi exploded, and a green light shot into the sky. Then, Lin Xian's body flashed with light, bringing with it a shocking murderous intent. Chapter 1525. This aura was too terrifying. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. Lin Xian's dragon sword realm rolled rapidly, and countless rays of light gathered on his arm. Then, a Qilin phantom appeared, looking disdainfully at the surroundings. It carried a terrifying energy as if it was going to destroy the world. Accompanying it was a low roar that made one's scalp go numb. Qilin arm. This was one of the ultimate skills that Lin Xian had learned on the Black Earth. At this moment, it was extremely powerful. After using the Qilin arm, Lin Xian roared and punched out. The Qilin roared, carrying a terrifying energy as it rushed forward. Suddenly, the expressions of the three late two-star kings from the Zhao family and Dong family changed. Boom! There was a shocking collision, and then the Qilin arm slammed into the three realms, emitting a terrifying energy. Crack, crack, crack. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the three realms started to crack. What? How is this possible? Everyone's scalp went numb in disbelief. What kind of power was this? How could it be so terrifying? How could it shatter their realms with a single punch? One had to know that the three of them were late two-star kings. When they joined forces, they were extremely terrifying. However, Yi Futian had actually shattered their king's domains with a single punch. This was simply too shocking. Damn it, quickly counterattack and kill him. The old lady from the Dong family roared crazily. Then, she activated her Silver King realm and slashed out a huge silver half-moon. Silver moon slash. A shocking ray of light like a crescent moon streaked across the void. Space-splitting slash. A black sword ray shot out quickly and slashed down. Roar of death. On the other side, the king realm vibrated and formed a ghost head that let out a shocking roar. The three late two-star kings used extremely powerful ultimate skills at this moment and quickly attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a long roar as the dragon sword domain erupted with an incomparably dazzling light. Qilin arm, Qilin kill. In an instant, the power of the dragon sword realm circulated crazily and supported the Qilin wall. Suddenly, the entire arm bloomed with incomparably bright light. The illusory image of the Qilin became even more solid, as if it was a real divine beast. In the next instant, Lin Xian punched out, forcefully blocking the three king-level attacks. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering collision sound rang out once again, and the entire void became distorted. In the sky, the ultimate moves of the three great kings were smashed apart by this single punch, shattering into countless shards. The expressions of the three kings changed as they were sent flying. What? He was sent flying. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Damn it, this is impossible. Dong Qian's face was also pale. She couldn't believe it. She did not expect the other party to be so powerful. As for the three late-stage two-star king tiers, their expressions were even more horrified. What kind of power was this? It actually made them tremble. Is he really a one-star king? How could there be such power? Even more terrifying than a three-star king. They truly had no idea what was going on. However, they knew that the other party's strength was beyond their imagination. At this moment, they did not dare to stay at this place at all. They quickly fled. The old woman waved her hand, instantly wrapping Dong Qian up and flying into the distance. The two elders of the Zhao family also joined forces to escape. Trying to escape. Lin Xian sneered. His body was like a ray of sword light as he quickly chased after them. He was chasing after the two elders of the Zhao family. As for the dark red divine dragon, it flew towards the martial artists of the Dong family. Boom! Boom! Two sounds rang out. Then, those who had escaped flew back again. Everyone was shocked, and their scalps went numb. As for Dong Qian, she screamed. If you dare to touch me, the Dong family will not let you off. Smack! The dark red divine dragon waved its claw and directly slapped her. Instantly, a red mark appeared on her delicate face. You talk too much. The dark red divine dragon snorted. This guy actually dared to kill Murong Qingqing. This made it very unhappy. On the other side, the two martial artists of the Zhao family also said coldly, Brat. Do you really want to be enemies with us? You have to think carefully. Our Zhao family and Dong family are first-rate families in the Dushuan Empire. If you dare to touch us, you will definitely not be able to move an inch in the Dushuan Empire. Even now, you still dare to threaten me. Lin Xian sneered, I don't know what will happen in the future, but I know that the two of you must die today. After speaking, he waved his hand, and the dragon sword realm directly enveloped the two of them. Countless rays of sword qi turned into resplendent rays, instantly piercing towards the two of them. The aura was too terrifying. It was like a peerless divine weapon, incomparably sharp. It directly pierced through the bodies of the two elders of the Zhao family. The dragon sword realm disappeared, and the bodies of the two elders of the Zhao family fell to the ground. Fresh blood flowed, dyeing the ground red. Looking at this scene, everyone's scalp went numb. The remaining martial artists of the Zhao family fled like crazy. Lin Xian waved his arm, and dozens of rays of sword qi flew out, killing all of them. In a moment, the martial artists of the Zhao family were all wiped out. Then, Lin Xian turned around and looked at the Dong family again. Feeling that gaze, Dong Qian's body trembled, and her expression was incomparably ugly. She did not expect that the other party would actually dare to make a move. That Zhao family was the same as their Dong family, a first-rate family. Could it be that he was not afraid of crazy revenge? Brat, you dare to touch me, you're dead. Dong Qian screamed. She did not have any strength to resist at all and could only threaten. Brat, I advise you to quickly let me go. My brother is nearby. When he comes, you're definitely dead. My brother is a 3-star king, a prodigy of the younger generation. He's also the third prince's right-hand man. Moreover, he will soon participate in the Empire's martial arts conference. He will definitely be famous throughout the world. You dare to touch me, you're dead. However, these threatening words were pale and pitiful in Lin Xian's eyes. Participate in the martial arts conference. 3-star king. Is he very strong? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. In the next moment, the dragon sword realm flew out again, enveloping Dong Qian and the martial artists of the Dong family. Lin Xian said coldly, I have no enmity with you, but you wanted to assassinate my woman because of jealousy. I can't forgive you for that. So, you're in this situation now because you asked for it. Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he raised his hand and was about to activate the dragon sword realm. However, at this moment, an angry roar came from afar. Who dares to touch the people of my Dong family? This voice was extremely terrifying, like dozens of thunderbolts exploding in the air. However, hearing this voice, Dong Qian cried out in alarm, Brother, save me. Let go of my sister, kneel on the ground and wait for death, or I'll tear you into pieces. That figure rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 1526. Suddenly, the dragon sword realm exploded with a terrifying light. Countless sword qi killed all the Dong family martial artists inside. Puff! 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 What? He killed all of them. Everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so bold as to kill people in front of the Dong family's martial artists. The Dong family's martial artist who had rushed over also roared crazily. He did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to make a move. Ah! Go to hell, kid. That figure was like a long rainbow, rushing towards Lin Xian. That figure was too powerful. His aura was shocking. Light erupted from his body and shot into the sky. He had an extremely violent and domineering aura. He stood in the air. Countless rays of light surged under his feet, forming a white tiger that quickly stepped on Lin Xian. Everyone seemed to hear a tiger's roar that shook the mountains and rivers. Then, a white tiger quickly formed under the mysterious martial artist's feet. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring in the air. This white tiger was not an ordinary tiger. It was a very powerful martial art. At this moment, in the hands of the mysterious martial artist, it was even more shocking. It was like an ancient divine beast. White tiger kill. That's a mid-grade Earth-tier martial art. Everyone exclaimed. Even in the Dushuan Empire, Earth-tier martial arts were not ordinary. They were very high-level martial arts. Ordinary people could not learn them. Just like the Zhao family's elders, they only mastered low-grade Earth-tier martial arts. They did not have any mid-grade Earth-tier martial arts. But now, this young man had just appeared and used his father's mid-grade martial art. It was extremely powerful. White light shot into the sky, and the terrifying fluctuations were shocking. This kick seemed to be able to shatter the mountains and rivers. The huge white tiger's shadow instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian waved his arm and used the Qilin arm. A Qilin quickly formed and roared. It collided with the white tiger that swooped down from the sky. Then, the two divine beasts disappeared into the air. The terrifying energy transformed into waves that slapped in all directions, scaring everyone into retreating. In the sky, a figure appeared. It was a young man, about 28 or 29 years old. At this moment, his handsome face was filled with gloom. He was like a fiend god, standing in the void and looking down. He asked coldly. "Brat, you actually dared to kill my sister. Today, I will make you kneel and accept your death. Your sister only has herself to blame. It's better to kill such a person. I advise you to scram. Otherwise, if you anger me, I'll kill you too." Facing the sky, Lin Xian did not back down. "Brat, you are too arrogant. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you killed a few late-stage 2-star kings. Let me tell you, those people are nothing in my eyes. The same goes for you. I advise you to kneel down obediently. This way, you may suffer less pain. Otherwise, if you anger me, I will make you regret being born into this world. 3-star king, is this what gives you the right to be so arrogant?" Lin Xian sneered. "Brat, you are too weak. You don't know how powerful a 3-star king is." In the sky, Dong Qianshan was very arrogant. "In front of me, even late-stage 2-star kings are ants, let alone you. Moreover, I am not an ordinary 3-star king. I am a martial artist under the 3rd prince, and I am also a genius who is about to participate in the martial arts conference. If you offend me, you will not have a good ending." "Ridiculous." Lin Xian sneered. Dong Qianshan's arrogant attitude made him very unhappy. Therefore, in the next moment, he did not waste any time and directly used the Dragon Sword Realm to attack. Myriad Sword Technique. At this moment, Lin Xian used another middle-grade Earth-class martial art. Instantly, the Dragon Sword spirit trembled, and countless sword chi quickly formed, releasing endless cold light. 3,000 sword force. Lin Xian roared. 3,000 beams of sword chi circled around him, forming a terrifying aura. Then, he slashed out with his sword, and the terrifying sword chi was like a shocking rainbow, quickly slashing forward. This aura was too terrifying, as if it could destroy the galaxy and shatter everything. When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Even the late-stage 2-star kings were terrified. In front of this aura, they did not have any power to resist. In the sky, Dong Qianshan's expression changed for the first time. He did not expect that his opponent could release such a terrifying aura. Then, he roared and quickly counterattacked. White Tiger Divine Fist. Dong Qianshan roared and waved his fists. This time, 2 huge tiger heads appeared on his fists. Terrifying power quickly circulated, and his body surged with killing intent, directly piercing through the void. Bang! The two collided in the sky, and a huge collapse occurred. The entire void exploded, and countless black cracks appeared, spreading in all directions. 3,000 sword chi turned into a terrifying killing intent, directly cutting the 2 ferocious tiger heads, and countless cracks appeared. Dong Qianshan's pupils shrank, and his expression changed drastically. His body swayed, and he turned into a white light, quickly retreating. What? He was pushed back. Everyone looked at the sky, and their scalps went numb. They did not expect that the one who was pushed back was Dong Qianshan, who was a 3-star king. This was too unbelievable. It should be known that Dong Qianshan was a 3-star king, and his opponent was only a 1-star king. However, the result was out of everyone's expectations. Heavens, who is that young man? Is he even more powerful than Dong Qianshan? He must have some way to hide his cultivation. Otherwise, a 1-star king could not force a 3-star king to retreat. This does not make sense. Many people screamed, and they were extremely shocked. In the sky, Dong Qianshan stopped and looked ahead with a gloomy face. Boy, who are you? Lin Xian sneered, don't you think it's too late to ask who I am? You! Dong Qianshan snorted coldly, don't be so arrogant. I was just careless. Is that so? Then use your full strength and fight with me. Lin Xian laughed wildly, and then he attacked again. You're courting death. Dong Qianshan was furious when he saw Lin Xian charging at him. He had never been looked down upon like this before. He was a 3-star king, and he was the 3rd prince's right-hand man. His strength could definitely be ranked in the top 10 among the 3rd prince's martial artists. Therefore, he would not allow a 1-star king to look down on him. He roared angrily, and he attacked again with the White Tiger Divine Fist. Then, the two of them fought fiercely. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions, and earth-shattering sounds created many black holes in the void. However, Dong Qianshan was quickly sent flying again. Not only that, but he was also injured, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Chapter 1527. Impossible. Damn it. This is impossible. I don't believe it. Dong Qianshan roared madly. He could not accept this reality. 3-star king. Participating in the martial arts conference. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Is this enough to make you so arrogant? I really don't know where you get your confidence from. He attacked mercilessly. Do you think a 3-star king is powerful? You're nothing in my eyes. Also, don't think that participating in the martial arts conference is something worth being arrogant about. Let me tell you, I've also been invited by Princess Kai Dai to participate in the martial arts conference. So, in front of me, you don't have any right to be arrogant. What? He's also participating in the martial arts conference. Hearing this, the crowd exclaimed. The martial arts conference was a grand event in the Dushuan Empire. Only the top geniuses of the younger generation could participate. Therefore, anyone who participated in the martial arts conference would be regarded as a supreme honor. This was also the reason why Dong Qianshan had been constantly talking about this matter. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would also participate in the martial arts conference. This was too shocking. You're also participating in the martial arts conference. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Dong Qianshan's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. This was simply too embarrassing. In front of so many people, he could not even defeat a 3-star king. If this news spread, he would lose all his face. In that case, I won't hold back. I want to see what kind of strength you have to participate in the martial arts conference. He roared and quickly displayed his king's domain. Suddenly, the surrounding space darkened. Behind him, a huge black mountain appeared. It was dark and majestic, with a soul-stirring pressure. Furthermore, black flames were being emitted from the black mountain. They were burning fiercely. This black mountain was Dong Qianshan's king's domain. After displaying the king's domain, Dong Qianshan's aura skyrocketed. It carried a terrifying murderous aura. This aura was so terrifying that it made all the martial artists in the square tremble. What a terrifying aura! Dong Qianshan is indeed a 3-star king. He's so terrifying. Is this the strength of a martial artist participating in the martial arts conference? So strong. Brat, you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use my Devil Mountain domain. Dong Qianshan said coldly. Then, he waved his hand. Suddenly, a black demonic mountain came crashing down. Boom! The black light flickered, bringing with it a murderous aura that soared into the sky, as if it was going to tear the entire sky apart. In an instant, the black demonic mountain arrived above Lin Xian and pressed down mercilessly. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a low roar. The domain of the dragon sword around him flickered, and a shocking sword light soared into the sky, tearing the entire void apart. At this moment, the terror of the great dragon sword spirit was displayed. Vast sword chi shrouded the entire area. Pang! The demonic mountain and the sword chi collided, and a shocking sound of collision erupted. However, that terrifying demonic mountain was actually split apart by a single slash. What? Split it open with a single slash? This is impossible. Dong Qianshan's pupils constricted. Everyone cried out in alarm, feeling their scalps go numb. That was Dong Qianshan's all-out attack. It was an attack that had fused with the Devil Mountain domain. It was incomparably terrifying. No one below the level of a 3-star king could block it. Yet now, it had actually been split open by someone. Moreover, the one who had done this was actually a 1-star king tier. This was truly too inconceivable. Kid, go to hell. Dong Qianshan roared crazily. His voice was like thunder, causing the entire sky to split apart. Then, he brought the black demonic mountain with him and quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. He was like a devil king. The tattoos on his body were surrounded by a black aura, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Kill! Lin Xian let out a furious roar as well. Then, his sword chi swept out like a true dragon, filling up the void. That incomparably huge body was covered with scales, as if it was real. A terrifying aura shook the entire void. With a terrifying murderous aura, it quickly slashed forward. Pang! The incomparably terrifying demonic mountain collided with the true dragon sword chi, and a sonorous sound rang out. Suddenly, demonic clouds rolled, and black chi rose, turning the place into hell. The scene was extremely terrifying. This time, Dong Qianshan attacked with all his strength. With the incomparably terrifying Devil Mountain domain, he directly broke the sword chi and quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. "Ha, kid, go to hell. Your sword chi is useless in front of me." Dong Qianshan stood on the demonic mountain and quickly rushed over. He was like a true devil king, extremely powerful to the extreme. Lin Xian, on the other hand, sneered and activated the Dragon Sword Realm to fight back. "Ridiculous, you want to use your domain to fight against me? You're courting death. Watch how I shatter your domain." Dong Qianshan laughed crazily because a one-star king's domain could not do anything in front of him. "It's over, that kid is going to be killed," the surrounding people exclaimed. In the next moment, the Devil Mountain domain and the Dragon Sword domain collided, and the entire void shook rapidly. A terrifying energy swept out in all directions. "No! Damn it, how is this possible?" Not long after, Dong Qianshan let out a cry of surprise, as if he was very frightened. "What? What happened?" Hearing this voice, everyone looked over. Then, their eyes widened. They could not believe it. This was because Dong Qianshan's Devil Mountain domain was now full of holes, pierced by countless sharp swords. It was on the verge of collapse, as if it would collapse at any time. How is this possible? Dong Qianshan's king domain was defeated. How is this possible? Everyone's scalp went numb, and they could not believe it. It should be known that that was a 3-star king's domain, which was far more powerful than a 1-star king's domain. Now, it had been pierced and was even about to explode. This was completely beyond everyone's understanding. Lin Xian sneered, 3-star king. Devil Mountain domain. Your pride. You can't even withstand a single blow. This was a slap in the face, and Dong Qianshan could not even fight back. "Kid, I'll remember you. Just you wait." Dong Qianshan's face was terrifyingly gloomy, but he did not dare to fight anymore, so he turned around and fled. His figure flashed, and he turned into a shocking demonic aura, rushed into the sky, and disappeared. What? He escaped. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. It was as if they were dreaming. A dignified 3-star king had actually fled. What a piece of trash. Lin Xian looked at the fleeing figure and sneered. This kind of trash was not worthy of his attack. After putting away the Dragon Sword domain, Lin Xian and the Dark Red Divine Dragon also left. Only the stunned crowd was left behind. They were too shocked. That was Dong Qianshan, the genius of the Dong family. Originally, he was incomparably arrogant, and he did not take anyone seriously. However, they did not expect that in the end, he would escape in a sorry state. The contrast between before and after was truly ironic. Chapter 1528. However, what shocked them even more was Lin Xian's identity. Who exactly was he? What kind of person could be so powerful that he could send a 3-star king running away? They didn't know, but they knew that the Dushuan Empire would soon undergo a great change. Lin Xian left the Cangyue Plaza and flew towards the Dushuan Empire's imperial city with the Dark Red Dragon. This time, there were only the two of them left. Of course, there was also He too, who was beside Lin Xian. As for Murong Qingqing and the others, they had already joined powerful holy lands to cultivate. Lin Xian didn't need to worry about their safety. Because from the previous performance, even if Murong Qingqing and the others joined the sacred grounds, they would still receive special treatment. Sacred grounds. Lin Xian muttered, his eyes shining. He knew that if he wanted to become a great emperor, he would have to fight with the geniuses of the sacred grounds. Just as Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were heading towards the imperial city, Dong Qianshan's disappearance was like a gust of wind that swept through the entire Dashuan Empire. What shocked everyone was that the person who defeated Dong Qianshan was only a one-star king. Not only that, but it was also said that the one-star king was also going to participate in the martial arts conference. However, he wasn't one of the third prince's men, but one of Princess Katie's men. Dong Qianshan was one of the third prince's men. Not only that, but he was also one of the top 10 warriors under the third prince. The third prince's prestige was also one of the strongest among all the princes and princesses. But now, the genius warrior under the third prince was defeated by a one-star king under Princess Katie's men. This was simply too shocking. For a moment, everyone was guessing where Princess Kaidai had found such a miraculous young man. The Dong family was one of the first-rate families in the Dashuan Empire. The atmosphere was a little gloomy because their genius warrior, Dong Qianshan, had been defeated. Moreover, everyone knew about this. This made them lose a great deal of face. However, at this moment, a figure appeared above the Dong family. This figure was strolling in the air as if he was having fun. He didn't put the Dong family in his eyes at all. Not only that, but in the end, he sat down above the Dong family. This was a young warrior with a bald head and cold face. He was covered in a black robe and emitted a gloomy aura. This bald youth sat directly above the Dong family. Then, as if he was petrified. This strange scene naturally attracted the attention of the Dong families as warriors. Immediately, they were all enraged. This was because no one had ever dared to behave atrociously in front of the Dong family. But now, someone was sitting above them without any scruples. This made them was infuriated. However, when they saw the figure above them again, they were all stunned. After all, his aura wasn't any weaker than the Dong clan's genius, Dong Qianshan. In fact, he might even be stronger. The Dong family was also a first-rate family. They would never allow anyone to provoke them. Therefore, soon, some warriors stepped forward and wanted to attack. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. A few more mysterious figures descended. 3 figures were like ghosts. They released powerful auras and arrived above the Dong family. Then, they slowly sat down. They didn't say anything, but their figures were like mountains that pressed down on everyone's heads, making it difficult for them to breathe. The people of the Dong family were stunned by this scene. Even those who were attacking stopped in their tracks, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. They felt that the situation was a little strange. They had to inform the Dong family's young master. Therefore, someone quickly went to report to the family. However, not long after, another voice came from afar. That figure's aura was even more powerful. He was like a fiend god, especially his arms. They were purplish-red and shone with a metallic luster. There were even sword and saber scars on his arms. At first glance, one could tell that he was a veteran. Perhaps no one knew this person, but his palms were very famous. Fiery Demon Palm. As for this young man, no one knew his original name. They only knew that he was called the Fiery Demon. The Fiery Demon was very powerful. He was definitely one of the top 3 subordinates of the third prince. It could be said that Dong Qianshan was far inferior to him. The Fiery Demon's appearance attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, a voice drifted over. It seems that the third prince is very concerned about this matter. He even sent you, the Fiery Demon. I wonder if Jiang Nantian will come. Impossible. He's the third prince's #1 expert. Why would he come here? It turned out that the mysterious figures in the sky were talking. At this moment, when they saw the Fiery Demon, they nodded slightly. However, their eyes were very serious. It was obvious that the fiery demon held a very high position in their hearts. The fiery demon also glanced around. Then, he said in a low voice, "I didn't expect all of you to come." He had no choice. The impact of what happened yesterday was too great. By now, the entire Dushuan Empire knew about it. Naturally, he had to come and take a look. That's right. Dong Qianshan was actually defeated by a one-star king. It's really surprising. The third prince is very angry about what happened yesterday. If Dong Qianshan can't explain it clearly, he'll probably end up in a miserable state. I'm guessing that it must be the top 3 experts under Princess Kai Dai. They hid their cultivation and came here to humiliate the third prince. Otherwise, it's impossible for others to do this. That makes sense. Hearing this, many people nodded slightly. Indeed, among all the princes, the third prince was the strongest. Princess Jie was slightly weaker than the third prince. Although the third prince had many experts under him, those who could defeat Dong Qianshan so easily were at least the top 3 experts under him. However, at this moment, another voice rang out. Not necessarily. Maybe Princess Kai Dai found another expert this time. Whatever. This time, we must find Dong Qianshan and ask him. Okay, I'll call him. The bald young man who arrived first let out a grin, before his thunderous voice echoed in the surroundings. Dong Qianshan, we've been here for so long. Why haven't you appeared yet? Are your injuries that serious? Humph. Not long after, a cold snort came from below. Then, a figure quickly appeared in the sky like a ghost. This figure was naturally Dong Qianshan. At this moment, his face was somewhat pale, and his eyes were cold. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. In addition, he had lost face. This had dealt a heavy blow to his mental state. Now that he saw these old acquaintances, his face naturally turned even uglier. Chapter 1529. Don't think too much. We're just here to ask about the person who defeated you, the bald young man said. Although they didn't show it, there was a trace of mockery on their faces. Obviously, they were disdainful of Dong Qianshan's defeat, especially at the hands of a one-star king. Humph. That kid is called Lin Xian. I don't know where he's from. However, the aura he released is indeed that of a one-star king, but his strength has surpassed that of a 3-star king. You don't have to mock me. If you don't believe me, you can challenge him and see if he's as powerful as the rumors say. What? He's really only a 1-star king. Hearing this, everyone's expression became strange. As for the bald youth from before, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of disdain. He's really a 1-star king. I say, Dong Qianshan, you're really regressing. You actually lost to a 1-star king. I really don't know how someone like you can become the third prince's subordinate. Don't be so arrogant. I can guarantee that you'll definitely lose if you fight with that person. Dong Qianshan stared at the bald young man with a cold expression. Then, he continued in a cold voice, since you already know about that young man, there's no need for you to stay in my family. Gentlemen, please. After saying that, he waved his sleeve and ignored these people. His figure flickered and flew down. Although these people were investigating Lin Xian's whereabouts, they had undoubtedly opened up a scar in his heart. This made him very unhappy. Alright, let's go and meet that guy called Lin Xian. Let's see if he's as powerful as the rumors say. Or is someone so useless that he can't even withstand a single blow? Then, the bald young man laughed loudly 3 times. Then, his body rose from the ground and rushed into the sky like a stream of light. The figures of the other few people also swayed and disappeared into the sky. Of course, they didn't know where Lin Xian was, but they could guess that since he was invited by Princess Kai Dai, he must be participating in the martial arts conference. The martial arts conference was held in the imperial city of the Dashuan Empire. Therefore, they only needed to head to the imperial city. These people turned into streaks of light, with ferocious smiles on their faces, and quickly rushed towards the imperial city. The imperial city was the most prosperous city in the Dashuan Empire. The area it occupied was as large as a small country. One could only imagine how prosperous the imperial city was. Half a month later, Lin Xian arrived at the bustling royal city. Along the way, he heard news about himself everywhere. However, no one came to bother him. The reason was very simple. Not many people had actually seen him before. Most of them had only heard about him from rumors. However, along the way, he also learned about the current situation of the Dashuan Empire. Within the Dashuan Empire, the power of the clans had reached an unimaginable height. Among them, the most powerful family was the royal family of the Dashuan Empire, the Yuan family. And this martial arts conference was held by the Yuan family for these princes and princesses. Among these princes and princesses, the first prince and the third prince were the strongest and were in the first echelon. The second echelon consisted of Princess Kai Dai, the seventh prince, and the fourth prince. In addition, there were also the third and fourth echelons. However, these princes were relatively weak, so Lin Xian did not pay attention to them. Lin Xian was very curious about this Princess Kai Dai. Because among so many experts, most of them were princes, and only one was a princess. One could imagine that she must be a very outstanding talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be in the second echelon among so many princes. After arriving at the imperial city, Lin Xian did not go to the princess mansion. Instead, he strolled around and experienced the prosperity of the Dashuan Empire's imperial city. Fengyue Brothel was a very famous restaurant in the imperial city. Here, genius warriors from various aristocratic families could often be seen. Sometimes, even princes could be seen. It could be said that this was one of the most lively places in the imperial city. Lin Xian entered the Fengyue brothel and ordered a pot of good wine and a few exquisite dishes. Then, he sat by the window and slowly tasted the wine. During this time, a few disciples from aristocratic families were talking loudly. The news they were talking about was very strange. It was all some strange news in the eastern wilderness. It could not be helped. The eastern wilderness was too mysterious. There were many powerful warriors who were like gods and demons. Did you know? It said that an ancient tomb was dug up not long ago. It seems to be the cave of an expert from ancient times. It alarmed the clans of the ancients and the peerless sacred grounds. I heard about it too. It said that an incredible treasure appeared and was obtained by the Yi family in the end. I don't think so. Both the Jade Lake Sacred Ground and the Purple Dawn Sacred Ground are incomparably terrifying. Even if the Yi family is a clan of the ancients, they can't stop the other provinces from joining forces with the Time's Sacred Ground, right? Who knows? Anyway, it's all about the clans of the ancients and the peerless sacred grounds. The others can't get it at all. Yeah, and the Yi family is very terrifying. Back then, Emperor Yi single-handedly dominated the ancient times and suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He can be said to be extremely powerful. I'm afraid that even among the great emperors, he's a very powerful existence. These people discussed animatedly. Most of them were talking about the rumors. However, this kind of new secret rumor was hard for ordinary people to hear. Therefore, all the warriors in the restaurant listened with great interest. Even Lin Xian was very curious. Emperor Yi. Is the Yi family one of the clans of the ancients? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. Yes, the Yi family is one of the clans of the ancients. They once had a great emperor called Emperor Yi. It's said that he's very terrifying. Even among the great emperors, he's a very powerful existence. He Tu said in a deep voice. The dark red divine dragon was drooling. Damn, what kind of treasure did they dig up? Even the clans of the ancients and the sacred grounds were alarmed. It must be a shocking treasure. Damn, I want to go too. The dark red divine dragon was a restless person. Naturally, he was drooling over such a good thing. He Tu ruthlessly attacked. You're not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. I reckon that the aftermath can blast you to death. If you ask me, it's more likely that the ancestors of you dragons are going. Lin Xian was also puzzled. By the way, ruffian dragon, aren't you a dragon? Where's your family? Why haven't I seen you go back? Is it not in the eastern continent? Humph. I ran away from home. Don't mention any family to me. The dark red divine dragon was very unhappy when he heard the word family. There must be a story behind it. However, since the dark red divine dragon was unwilling, Lin Xian did not ask. Chapter 1530. Let's not talk about that. After all, the remote antiquity families and the peerless sanctuary are too far away from us. Let's talk about the internal affairs of the Dushuan Empire. Internal affairs. What's there to talk about? The only thing we can talk about is the upcoming martial arts conference. Hey, have you heard? It's said that a mysterious young man appeared at the Azure Moon Dojo and defeated Dong Qianshan in a very powerful manner. I heard about it too. It's said that the mysterious young man is only a one-star king. It's just a rumor. Don't take it seriously. That person must be hiding his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defeat a 3-star king. Unless he's one of those sanctuary geniuses. But why would those disciples from the sanctuary and remote antiquity families come to the Dushuan Empire to be Princess Katie's subordinate? So, that person must be hiding his strength. Yeah, no matter how powerful he is, he only defeated Dong Qianshan. It's impossible for him to defeat all of the third prince's subordinates. Indeed, Dong Qianshan is only ranked 10th among the third prince's subordinates. No matter how strong that person is, he won't be able to make it into the top 5. It's impossible for Princess Kaidai to enter the first tier. Yeah, other than the first prince and the third prince, the others won't be able to enter the first tier. There are only a few people in the second tier. However, I heard that other than the disciples from the Dushuan Empire, there are also people from the surrounding countries and even the islands who want to participate in the martial arts conference. What a bunch of idiots. Is the Dushuan Empire's martial arts conference that easy to participate in? Those people are just frogs at the bottom of a well. They're delusional to think that they can amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. They're really courting death. The group of people joked and laughed. Humph. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the side. Just a few stubborn disciples from the aristocratic families. How dare they talk nonsense here? What a joke. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed and they all turned their heads to look. They saw a black-clothed young man sitting not far away. His expression was extremely cold. The cold words from before were spoken by him. However, a few well-dressed young masters of aristocratic families sitting in the center only glanced at him coldly. Then, they ignored him. They ignored him as if he was air. Then, they started chatting and laughing again. Actually, there are many aspects to this matter. Although the martial arts of these countries are not good, that woman is very beautiful. Some of them are even famous throughout the world. Now that you mention it, I remember. It is said that there were 3 exceptional beauties in the Azure Moon Plaza. 2 of them entered the sacred land, and the last one went somewhere unknown. But it shouldn't be too bad. Let's not think about entering the Holy Land. I can consider the beauties from the nearby countries. It's their good fortune that they married into the aristocratic families of the Dushuan Empire. I heard that in Jinju country, there's a beauty called Jade Beauty. I wonder if she came this time. Aya, who wants to sleep with that kind of beauty for a night? I'm willing to spend any amount of money. The few of them chatted and laughed, completely ignoring the surrounding countries. Humph. Jinju country, Li Fang, come to ask for advice. I'd like to see what you hedonistic sons have to be so arrogant about. The young man in black who snorted previously stood up again, his eyes full of killing intent. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. They did not expect this young man to be a warrior from Jinju country. No wonder he was so angry before. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of fighting with us? The aristocratic family disciples sneered disdainfully. Whether I'm worthy or not, you'll know after you try. Li Fang's voice was cold. Then, he waved his arm and a golden light quickly slashed forward. Whoosh! Everyone exclaimed. They did not expect that the other party would really dare to fight here. However, the aristocratic family disciples in the field were even more disdainful. Someone like you actually dares to fight us. You're really courting death. Among them, one of the aristocratic family disciples snorted. Then, without looking back, he waved his palm. Suddenly, a ball of green flame flew out quickly and collided with the golden saber light. The next moment, the golden light was burned clean. Not only that, the green flame instantly shrouded the warrior in black. Then, it emitted a bright light and burned him into a bloody mist. Whoosh! Whoosh! In just a moment, the warrior in black was burned clean. Even the bloody mist in the air disappeared. Nothing was left. What? So powerful! When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, their eyes widened in disbelief. Even Lin Xian revealed a trace of bewilderment. He realized that although these aristocratic family disciples were arrogant, they were indeed very powerful. After killing the warrior in black with one palm, the young man in luxurious clothes laughed. I really didn't want to fight, but that guy was too arrogant. He dared to provoke us, so I could only kill him. Hee hee, that kind of trash, so what if he dies? But Zhou Tian, the power of your blue sky fire has increased a lot, right? Looking at it, you should have reached the level of a 3-star king, right? That's right. With this flame, I'm afraid even a 3-star king would not dare to provoke you. The warriors from the surrounding countries are really idiots. How dare they compete with Zhou Tian? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the entire restaurant became tense. This was because there were warriors from all over the world in this restaurant. Many of them were from other countries. When they heard these words, they were naturally angry. Lin Xian did not care because his vision was very broad now. Although the young man who attacked before was powerful, he was still inferior to Dong Qianshan. Even Dong Qianshan was not his opponent, not to mention these people. Therefore, he did not care about these people's words. He was just trying to get information that was useful to him. However, the same could not be said for the others. Some of the people in the private rooms were from the surrounding countries. They were all elites. When had they ever been ridiculed? Naturally, their faces were gloomy. Especially the warriors from the Jinju country, their faces were terrifyingly dark. Although they did not know the warrior in black, he was still a member of the Jinju country. But he was killed in such a way. He did not put the Jinju country in his eyes at all. Therefore, for a moment, many experts from the Jinju country released their terrifying killing intent. However, these aristocratic family disciples did not care at all. They even sneered. I don't care which country you're from. Since you've come to the imperial city of the Dushuan Empire, if you're a dragon, you'd better lie down. If you're a tiger, you'd better lie down. Chapter 1531. I'm Han Kun from Jinju country. A tall and sturdy young man stood up and walked over with large strides. His body exuded a terrifying aura, like a demonic mountain, causing the entire void to tremble rapidly. However, at this time, a beautiful little maid blocked his way. My master invites you to have tea. I'll let you be proud for a while. In a while, I'll let you know the power of Jinju country. Han Kun snorted and followed the little maid into a private room. Hey, you really don't know life from death. If someone hadn't stopped you, I'm afraid you'd be a dead man now. Several disciples from influential families sneered. Do these countries really think that there are experts? No, to be exact, there should be one, or 1.5. One of the disciples from influential families said in a deep voice. There's actually another person. Why didn't I know? Who is it? Demonic Blade, Ren Tianya. Demonic Blade. You mean him? Hearing this, several disciples from influential families nodded slightly. He could indeed be considered an expert. I also heard that his blade technique is very fast. No one could see him make a move. Anyone who saw him draw his blade is already dead. But speaking of which, no one knows where he came from, so he can't be considered as a person from the surrounding countries. That's right, several people nodded in agreement. However, someone asked, who's the other half? It's the mysterious young man who defeated Dong Qianshan in Sangyue Square. Although I don't know where he came from, he should be considered as half an expert. Not bad, to be able to defeat Dong Qianshan, he's indeed an expert. I didn't expect that the surrounding countries only had 1.5 experts. However, it's not certain whether these two people are from these countries. It seems that our Dushuan Empire is still the most powerful. There are so many outstanding people. Hearing this, the martial practitioners of the Great Xian Empire all laughed, whereas the martial practitioners from the surrounding countries all had gloomy expressions. Being ridiculed in public, they naturally lost face. Moreover, many people were furious. However, the methods used by the disciples from influential families were too terrifying. These people were not ignorant and incompetent stubborn disciples, but powerful disciples of aristocratic families. Therefore, they had the right to be arrogant. If Ren Tianya was here, they definitely wouldn't dare to be arrogant. Several martial artists from the neighboring countries gritted their teeth. Ren Tianya was a very valiant martial artist. He was very famous for his swift saber moves. No one had seen him make a move. Anyone who had seen him draw his saber had been killed. No one knew which country he came from, but it was said that he often appeared in the surrounding countries. If that mysterious expert was here, these people wouldn't dare to act like this. The mysterious powerhouse they spoke of was naturally Lin Xian. Ever since Lin Xian had injured Dong Qianshan last time, it could be said that his reputation had spread. Now, everyone knew that such an existence existed. However, what they didn't know was that Lin Xian was currently in the Wind Moon restaurant. In another private room, the tall Han Kun sat there with an extremely solemn expression. He looked at the martial artists opposite him and slowly said, "Thank you for your good intentions, but that guy is really too hateful. He actually dared to humiliate my Jinju country in public. Therefore, this battle must go on no matter what." At this moment, sitting opposite Han Kun were several martial artists. They were all young and did not exceed 30 years old. Among them, there was a woman who was very beautiful. Her delicate face looked as if it was carved out of jade. Not only that, that pair of bright and beautiful eyes were full of spirituality. As they moved, they seemed to be able to speak. This beautiful woman was the legendary Jade Beauty of Jinju country. Beside her, there were also a few people sitting. However, the one closest to her was a handsome young man. Between his eyebrows, there was a vigorous vitality. This person was her brother. Previously, it was this brother and sister pair who invited Han Kuan over and prevented him from fighting with those disciples of aristocratic families. However, now it seemed that Han Kuan was very insistent on fighting with the other party. Therefore, everyone sighed. To be honest, they were also very angry, especially Jade Beauty, whose face was solemn. Because previously, those disciples of aristocratic families were very frivolous in their words. However, they did not dare to act rashly. Because the strength displayed by those disciples of aristocratic families was very powerful. Their combat strength was definitely at the level of a 3-star king. In fact, they were even stronger. Moreover, as a disciple of an aristocratic family of the Dushuan Empire, the other party must have a lot of powerful martial arts in his hands. Therefore, they did not dare to act rashly. However, Han Kuan shook his head. He was very violent and naturally would not allow others to provoke him. Not to mention such a public humiliation. Therefore, he thanked Jade Beauty and her brother again, and then strode out of the private room. I'm back. Today, I'll have a taste of what qualifications you have to be so arrogant. Han Kuan strode over. Light flowed around his body, carrying a powerful aura. His palms seemed to have turned into metal, carrying a cold light. He grabbed the air, grabbed a chair around him, and then threw it forward. Originally, it was just an ordinary chair, but now, its surface was covered with a layer of metallic luster. It seemed to have turned into a divine weapon, sharp and unstoppable. Even the entire void began to tremble rapidly. What? What kind of technique is this? The surrounding people exclaimed. They also noticed this change. However, the disciples of the aristocratic families in the center sneered. Among them, Zhou Tian snorted and then waved his hand. Suddenly, a ball of green flame quickly floated out and collided with the metallized chair. Chi-chi. Then, the sound of collision was heard. As if ice and snow were melting, the chair instantly turned into a pool of molten iron and fell to the ground. You dare to make a fool of yourself with such petty tricks? Zhou Tian sneered. The surrounding people were shocked. The chair just now had turned into a divine weapon. Its power was even more terrifying than a top spirit-grade treasure. However, under the green flame, it could not resist at all and was turned into molten iron. This green flame was too terrifying, wasn't it? The other disciples of the aristocratic families were also surprised. Zhou Tian, why do I feel that you have entered the realm of a 3-star king? The green flame was incomparably mysterious. It dyed the entire sky green. Han Kuan's face was cold. He said coldly, "Today, I will show you the power of my Jinju country." You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.